Good morning. Everyone can hear me at the back? Well, maybe not. Can you hear me at the back? Okay, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. It's okay, you can keep the music on. I was just testing the mic. Good morning. Good morning. A little bit early. My name is Shauna Sheldon. Oh, sorry. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. Can everyone hear me at the back? I have a tendency to talk with my hands, so if I do this, you won't hear me. So just make sure you wave if you can't hear me. Lastly, Happy New Year. It's a little chilly out there, but hopefully it woke everyone up for today. We have lots planned for you. My name is Shauna, and I head up quality assurance at the college. To start us off today, I have the pleasure of doing our land acknowledgement. If I can get this. Oh. There we go. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships that Indigenous persons and ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, and we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can continue to support the process of reconciliation. Thank you. I'd like to first introduce you to Caroline Rodas. She is heading up orientation at Lambton College, Lambton College in Toronto. You may have received some communications from her. The two together will be guiding you through the day's schedule of events. And I would like to point out our ambassadors. We have a number of ambassadors with us on the floor throughout campus. They're all wearing Lambton College in Toronto t-shirts. So if you have any questions about what is happening today, you can ask any of them and they'll guide you in the right direction. The good news is most of what we'll be doing today is in this space. So we're only going to be using this room, the what we call the Work Integrated Learning Room, 118 and 120, which you can see from here. It's the glass windows there. It's a beautiful room. And then also we'll be using some of the rooms down this hallway. So really, you shouldn't get lost. And on Friday, you may get an opportunity to kind of tour the campus and get your bearings. But today, you, for the most part, will be spending your time in this space. First things first, if you scan the QR code here, this is one, your attendance for today, so we get a sense of who's here. And two, an opportunity to win a prize. We'll be doing a draw later on in the day. And right back here in the atrium, I can't remember whether it is, when are we doing the Kahoot? Oh, the Kahoot is at 3:45. So we'll do the draw just before we do the Kahoot at 3:45. If you're just joining us, pull up a seat. There are a couple seats at the front. I know not everyone likes to sit at the front, but. Oh, sorry. Some of you are probably still scanning. We'll put this up later on today and at the breaks. So if you miss your opportunity to scan the QR code, that's fine. You can get it later. We'll not be doing the draw until the end of the day. There are other opportunities to win prizes today too. I'm going to go through that in just a second. Okay, so I'm going to move on. But like I said, you'll get an opportunity to scan that code later on. So this is just a very quick snapshot of the things that you can expect today and this week, actually. I'm going to go through that as well. So today we have sessions on, let me get my pointer here, Canadian culture, transportation, and academic clubs. We'll be talking to you about student wellness and immigration, academic integrity and student success, student services and advising. If you're in a program that offers co-op, put your hand up if you are in a program that offers co-op. Okay, quite a few of you. I think we have LAQT and AHCT here today, but everyone else has either a mandatory co-op or an optional co-op. So make sure that you sit in on your co-op session today. If you are in a co-op program, there will be a co-op session scheduled for you. And then we'll all be doing, you'll meet your co-op advisor, by the way, in that session, which is great. This person will be working with you for the next 2 years or so, 4 semesters, to help you get a co-op job. Then we also have program information sessions. This is probably, next to co-op, this is probably the most important session of the day for you. All of you have a program information session set up today. This is an opportunity for you to meet the coordinator for your program. And William, if you could just wave your hand. We have William here with us today. He is one of our program coordinators. This is a really good session for you to attend because they're going to be walking you through your program map, give you a sense of what you can expect about your program. It's a great way for you to meet faculty, lots of great stuff that you'll get out of that session. We will, like I said, we'll be doing a Kahoot. Kahoot is a little quiz, so pay attention to all the sessions today. And we have prizes for the people that are in the top 3 of that Kahoot game. And then over on my left, on your right, there are rooms upstairs, and we will be setting up clubs and booths. You'll have an opportunity to meet other students that are heading up some of the academic clubs. Lots of opportunity for you to get involved in the college. And also some vendors. So if you're still looking for mobile contract, you're still trying to get your phone set up, you'll have an opportunity to meet with some vendors that are going to be set up in that area as well. So today is a bit of a choose your own adventure. So if you look at the schedule that the ambassadors gave you when you walked in today, you'll see that it's a little bit confusing, but I'm going to just explain it all to you now. At the top, at 9:15, there are 5 sessions going, right? So you can see, oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button. So you've got student services and advising, and that's going to be happening in the atrium right here. So if you're interested in learning about student services and advising, you can just stay put. If you're interested in Canadian culture, you can join me over in room 218. I'll be next up in this beautiful room over on my right. If you are in LAQT, can you put your hand up if you're in LAQT? Okay, LAQT, OHST. Okay, a few of you. And AIMT, quite a few of you. So if you're in any of those sessions, these are the mandatory ones, and they're only going to be offered once today. So if you're in those groups, LAQT, you're going to 126 at 9:15. If you're in OHST, you're going to 127 at 9:15. And if you're in AIMT, you're going to room 128 at 9:15. Those 3 classrooms are down the hall here and around the corner. You'll see them very quickly, right as soon as you get to the end of the hall. And you can talk again, if you're lost, talk to anyone in a blue shirt today, and they'll guide you. Now, if you're not in any of those programs, you will likely be attending those mandatory sessions later in the day. So you have a choice. You can either attend Student Services and Advising in the atrium, or Canadian Culture and Transportation. You can join me over in room 218. I don't want to send you in the wrong direction. For those of you who are joining us from home, do we have students who are joining us from home? Okay, so I apologize. I should have welcomed you all joining from home, and also Happy New Year to you. Those sessions will be, all of the sessions in the classrooms will be streamed via HiFlex, and all the sessions in the atrium will also be streamed. So go to the YouTube channel, and you can watch the sessions in the atrium, or make sure you click the link if you're in OHST or AIMT and join those sessions. I think I have an example. So let's just walk through an example. Mark is an SCMT student. Is anyone else here an SCMT student? Oh, good, we've got some SCMT students. So Mark is going to look at the schedule, and he can see he's not in a mandatory session. He's not in blue or gold. He's not in OHST, AIMT, or LAQT. So he has a choice. He's going to go to Student Services and Advising. But he could also go to Canadian Culture and Transportation. He could join me over in the Will Room. Then, after the break, he can see that he's got a program info session at 10:30. So he's going to go to 126. Then he can do either student wellness and immigration or academic integrity and student success at 12:15. He can do 1:30. At 1:30, he can do the other one, whatever one he missed. And then he can do Canadian culture at the end of the day. Make sense? But he's going to make sure, and then he's got a co-op session at the end of the day. See that? He's got meet he's going to be meeting Brian. Brian is his co-op advisor. So you're an SCMT student. What's your name? Wendy is going to be following very closely that map today. So the only ones that are mandatory, just make sure that you hit that SCMT program info session at 10:30 and the meet your co-op advisor at 4 o'clock. The other two sessions, I noticed that our director just joined us. He's walking around the back, but Michael's going to be back at 11:30 here in the atrium. You'll get an opportunity to meet the director of the college. He's spectacular, and I'm not just saying that because he's at the back of the room. He is awesome, and he will tell you that you can reach out to him anytime. He's amazing. So he'll be here at 11:30, so come back and meet him, and then you have a bit of a break for lunch, and then at 12:15 we'll meet back in our various rooms. So that's kind of the way the day is going to unfold for you. As you look at this, Mark has now checked off all of his stuff. He's got his program info session done, his co-op advisor session, Canadian culture, student services and advising, academic integrity, and student wellness and immigration. He's knocking all of those sessions off today. So it's going to be a bit of a whirlwind for you. It's lots for you to take in, but I encourage you to take notes if you can. We will make sure that we post all of the slides on the orientation page, the intake page that you used to find out about today. We will post that afterwards. Just a reminder that the clubs and activities and all of the vendors will be upstairs. And then I'm just going to zip to the end just to show you this is another day. I'm going to just, oh, sorry, too far. This is what's going to be happening on Friday. Lots of things that are planned for you for Friday, so make sure you come back on Friday. So you guys, you have today, then you get a little bit of a breather for 2 days. If you miss one of the sessions that's streamed online, you can totally watch it from home on Wednesday or Thursday this week, but try to get everything in today, and then take those 2 days to relax, and then come back on Friday. Lots of fun events on Friday. And I think that's it. So we are 1 minute away from the first session. So take a look at your schedule, see where you're going next, and make your way to either, my watch is going off, 126, 127, 128. Stay put here or go to room 218. Have an awesome day. Oh, hello. Okay, hi, it's me again. Can I just ask if your birthday is in the first 6 months of the year, if you could make your way over to 218? Just because I'm a little bit worried that 218 is going to be jammed this afternoon, I'd like to kind of split everyone up. You have the option of attending this one now or later. So I'm just requesting that you make your way over to 218 if your birthday is in the first half of the year. Anyone? Awesome, thank you.
Folks who are up there, we do have some seats here, so if you guys want to move closer, that's an option. Please just make sure you're not sitting on the sides so that people can move up and down. Thank you. I'm just going to give everyone a little chance to go to wherever they need to before I start. Okay, perfect. So it looks like everyone's settled. So thank you so much for being here. I hope to make this worth your time. Okay, confession time. Show of hands. Who finds presentations boring? Come on, admit it. All right, so I'm gonna try my best to give information as to what Student Services does today. I know you're not gonna retain all of this, right? So if you remember 50% of what you hear today, not just from my section, but from all of the sections that you go to, you've done the best, right? So you've helped yourself, you've helped make things easier. A lot of people I hear choose not to attend orientation, big mistake, because later on they're desperate, they don't know where to go for what. So I know these slides will later be available for you to review, so don't worry if you don't remember everything that you're told today, but you will learn some important information, hopefully, that'll help you when the semester starts, okay? So, student services, and who kind of has an idea of what student services does? Have you had student services advisors in your previous education? Have you gone to them? Have you used the services? Show of hands? No one? Okay. You know, I actually have a confession to make. Before becoming a student service advisor, I really didn't understand the job. I mean, I knew it was servicing students, but what does that even mean, right? Okay, so first off, who is your student services team? So that is me on the right. My name is Tenny. And my lovely colleague, Caroline, who is also leading the orientation event, is one of our other student service advisors. So it's a very small team, it's just the two of us, but we manage pretty well, I think. So if you guys are coming to see a student service advisor at your time here, it'll either be me or Caroline that you'll be visiting. All right, so what are we going to cover today, right? How to contact student services, that's a helpful one. And what do we actually help with? Okay, So just a brief introduction. What student services is basically an information hub, right? So we may not be able to have all the magical powers to help you with everything that you could possibly need, but we know where to send you when you don't know where to go. So instead of panicking and trying to hear from this person and that person where to go for a specific service, just come to us. It's easy enough. We'll listen to you. Doesn't matter what the problem is, we will tell you where to go. Again, it doesn't mean that we can necessarily help you ourselves, but we can figure out which department, which person you need to get in contact with to get your problem resolved. How to contact us. Okay, so there's of course multiple options. The easiest and the one that people use a lot is by sending us an email. So you can always email studentservices@sestercollege.com. When you do this, it'll go to our ticketing system. So these tickets will then get assigned to an advisor depending on what your inquiry is, right? If it's truly something student services related, it'll come to me, for example, right? Does it always come to me? Of course not. There's registration staff, there's co-op advisors, there's immigration counselors, mental health and wellness counselors. You get to be introduced to all of these different departments. Again, if you don't know who to email, email student services. We'll read the content of the email and either tell you to email this person or that person, or we will direct your email so the right person would get in touch with you. So that's one option. How long does it take to answer? Okay, 24 to 72 hours. Now, that may differ, right? Whenever there's a busy period, usually end of the semester, beginning of the semester, may take a little bit longer for us to get back to you. If it is something where you truly feel is an emergency, like you need to get an answer right now, and if you don't happen to live super far away, come and meet us in person, right? That's the best way. But of course, there's going to be times where you just need to send a quick email with a quick question. Always welcome to email. Just please don't email more than one time. A lot of students think it's more efficient to email more than one time. Why? Because if someone doesn't read this email, then another person is probably more likely to, or maybe I'll get two different answers and then I can compare the answers. I know that may in your mind sound like a good idea, but I've seen more instances than not, that it's a bad idea. Why? I'm an advisor. I will read your email. I will perhaps action something that you wanted me to. Now another advisor gets another email that you send, right? A duplicate email. They'll read your email and now they will reverse that action. So now you think you've gotten a response from me, the situation's resolved. Well, indeed, it's not, and it's gone back to what it was before. And also, to be honest, it creates a lot of confusion. And confusion, what does confusion do? It delays things. So again, it's important just to send one email. Don't worry, we will read it. We will get back to you. So sending multiple emails, it doesn't make us answer you any faster. If anything, it does the opposite. How do you see us in person if you want to come see us? So near the entrance of this building is where our offices are located, by the reception desk. It's literally behind the reception desk. There is an iPad, which you'll find close to the reception desk. It's almost underneath the monitor. And this iPad has a system called QList. So QList is where you would sign in with your phone number, your personal information, and then what happens is you'll have a seat. There are seating there, and then you'll get a notification on your phone that the advisor is ready to see you, and then we'll call you in, and that's easy. Usually it doesn't take more than 10 to 15 minutes for us to see students. Now, again, there may be the odd time where there's a student already in there, and they have an issue that may take longer, but usually you don't have to wait more than 10 to 15 minutes. If you feel like you have class, you're more than welcome to leave, maybe send us an email, but it's usually quick. If you have like an hour break, that's more than enough to come and see us in person. So how is some ways that you can self-serve, right? Let's say you just are a self-sufficient person, you're a little shy, you don't want to come see us in person, how can you help yourself, right? Of course, not everything is, it falls under that category, but if you'd like to find information on your own, if you're that kind of person and want to be proactive, a lot of what the information, where we get our information from is places like Moodle, right? If you're familiar with Moodle, that's where your courses are going to be. Again, we'll talk about these platforms later this week. We have a session on that, but if you're already familiar with Moodle, you log in, and on the home announcement page is where you're going to see a lot of announcements. So these announcements have to do usually with deadlines, with registration, with events that are happening around campus. So just can give it a read. I encourage all the students, when you log on to Moodle, to go and access your courses. Why not just just quickly read the homepage? It has a lot of announcements, right? A lot of times, of course, you'll get emailed this information, but it's easy to miss emails when you get so many of them. So I just find Moodle homepage very helpful if you like to self-serve. And you can call us directly as well. So the number that you see up there is the number of the college. So when you call, you can just let them know you like to contact student services, or you like to talk to a student services advisor. And of course, if we're not with a student already, we will answer the phone call, okay? Again, if it's something where you feel like a lot of details need to be discussed, we highly encourage you come see us in person, because we have, we can show you on our monitors what to do. So that's highly encouraged. I don't think my clicker works. Thank you. Okay, so how do you access student services on Moodle? So I mentioned the homepage where you see all the announcements. Now, if you need a reminder of what student services does, or any information having to do with student services, there's actually a option in the main menu at the top, student services. Click on that. This is what the page is going to look like. And then you can kind of just explore areas that we advise, information that we offer. Sometimes there's even information about community resources, immigration, registration. So all of that good stuff is available on the Student Services tab on Moodle as well. Okay, so categories of these services that we offer. Okay, academic support, registration and finance, personal advising, so that's also something that we help with. You may have issues that are of a personal nature. You need someone to talk to, right? You need someone to tell you how is this going to impact your academics. That's what we're here for. Student account updates, so anything to do with uploading your, we'll talk about this more, but uploading study permits, work permits, updating personal information, phone number, all of that. Of course, we help with that. Program progression, what this means is, what courses do I have to take to graduate? What happens if I fail a course, right? When is my second semester? When is my third semester? What do I take in my second semester? So all of that, everything to do with how you're gonna get to the point of graduation, we help with that. Okay, academic support. So this is the first area. What is meant by academic support, right? A lot of times students think that I can give them grades, I can change the grades, I can excuse them from going to class. I mean, all of these things seem like academic matters, right? But am I authorized to give that permission? Absolutely not. What I can help with is break it down for you. What is the school's stance on missing class, on failing a course, on a certain GPA, right? Everything to do with kind of you coming to a dead end, a problem that you now need to get yourselves out of, that's what I can do for you. I can explain the procedure. Sometimes these procedures, all the time, these procedures are included in the policies page of the Lambton College website. So, of course, you can give it a read, and we'll go over that, but if it doesn't make sense to you, if you want it simplified, if you're in a panic, in a hurry, and just need to know what happened, I was sick, I missed a week of class, please come to us. Again, I don't have magical powers. I can make that okay, but I can explain to you how do you approach your instructor, who do you get permission from, what documents you need to provide. So all of that stuff, I can go over it with you. Student complaints. What happens when you have an issue with your instructor, with another classmate? Of course, it's a very, it's not ideal, takes a long time to resolve, but how can you go about it the right way, right? There's a right way and there's the wrong way, and the wrong way is trying to be stressed about it, trying to think of what you should do, right? So we don't want that added stress, right? So just come to me. I'll go over the policies. I'll explain to you the forms you need to fill, information you need to provide, and it's just as easy as that. Please don't let the policies be a way of making you think that things are complicated. I'm never going to get an answer. I just need a quick fix. I know we all love quick fixes, right? But everything takes time, and when you come to us, I will explain the procedure. We'll go through it together. I will hold your hand through that, and we'll get through it. Life happens, right? There's a lot of things happen. You get into a conflict with an instructor, with a classmate. I will explain to you how to go about it the right way. So where do you access these policies? Of course, it is on Lambton College website. You can scan the QR code. It's a lot of policies, I'm not gonna lie. It's good to read. Even if you do come see me, I will probably tell you the policy page, how to access it, where the forms are, how to read it. But you basically go on the Lambton College website, click on the Toronto link, and you are gonna see that menu up top. Menu, very important. There's a lot of options there that you can check out, but especially policies. Click on student policies, and you're gonna see all the different policies that the school offers regarding various issues, right? Complaints, missed class, failed classes, student rights and responsibilities. Okay, so policy overview. What is the I'm just gonna go over some important ones, of course, that I think you guys should know. One of them is conduct and complaints. So what do you do if you have a behavioral issue with an instructor or another classmate or college faculty, right? You wanna file a complaint, or you just want someone to help you deal with this. First step is to read the student rights and responsibilities policy. That is the policy that addresses how you should be behaving towards college members, towards classmates, towards instructors. But also, most importantly, it's gonna convey to you how other people should be reacting towards you. How do you know what's happening to you is fair or not, right? How do you know whatever behavior was displayed towards you is acceptable or not? This is what is gonna clarify that for you. Of course, please come to me. I will go over it with you. I'll break it down. I'll give you the summary of it. But if you are the type of person that's detail-oriented, would like to read things yourselves, the policy is available, so please give it a read. What is the first step when you have a conflict? I believe we do have a policy session. You guys, I highly recommend you attend, where they'll go in detail more about these kinds of the rules, but I'm just gonna go briefly over it. First step, if you have a complaint towards your instructor, you would email them. I know it seems very intimidating because that may seem like the source of the problem, but if you come to me, I'm gonna tell you exactly the same thing. The first step is to bring it to that person's attention. We have a zero policy for backlash here. What that means is the instructor cannot fail you, cannot give you a lower grade because you voiced a concern or because you voiced a complaint. If anything, that works in your advantage because it shows you're transparent, you're honest, you're willing to put in the work to solve the issue. Sometimes all that's required is for the person to be aware that they have offended you, that they have maybe been unfair to you, right? So if you don't bring it to the person's attention, whether it be a classmate or another instructor, how will they know, right? So again, if you're intimidated at all, or if you need mental health support, you can come to us as well. We'll help with that. We'll help you how to word it, how to go about it. But ultimately, I can't act on your behalf. You have to be able to stand up for yourself. And one of what that means is having that conversation with your instructor, right? And then if things don't get resolved, what do you do? Of course, I'll walk you through that too. There's a form you can fill out. I would need you to be detail-oriented, include all the details, all the evidence, all the emails, everything that you have. And then I will submit this to the college management, and they will then deal with it. So there's, of course, light at the end of the tunnel should that happen to you. You just need to make sure to stay calm and put in the work, okay? I've been in this college for a year. I've talked to a lot of students and have never come across a case where someone was not satisfied with the results or the situation wasn't resolved. So we'll do our best to help you if you're committed, and the complaint would be addressed. Miss classes. So what happens if you miss a class? Everyone wants to know. I'm asked a lot, how many classes can I miss? Well, the answer is honestly, to be very honest, 0. You shouldn't miss any classes, right? But life happens. You know, you get sick, get into an accident, God forbid. So what the college asks you to do is, if you're gonna miss less than 2 days of a course, whatever excuse you have, you should bring that to the attention of your instructor. So if you get sick and you want to notify your instructor, preferably you should do it 24 hours in advance. So if you're feeling sick the day before a test or a class, most likely you're going to feel sick the day of, right? So as far ahead as you can, email your instructor. I'm sick. Now, you haven't gone to the doctor, you don't have a doctor's note, that's okay. At least you're letting your instructor know, not an hour before the test, but far ahead, right? Things happen sometimes an hour before a test. You know, I have students who, I don't know, they end up throwing up, they have a headache, or they get into an accident. Things happen. That's okay. As soon as you know that you can't attend class, you email your instructor. But not coming to class, not letting your instructor know, it's not a good look. So they will wonder whether you have a legitimate reason for not coming to class. Even if you bring up that reason later, it may not be enough, right? Now, will the instructor ask you for a medical note? Sometimes it's just a cough, a cold, like, oh my gosh, do I have to go to a doctor for that, really? They're just gonna tell me to take Tylenol. But yes, you have to, okay? Will the instructor always ask you for a doctor's note? That depends on the instructor. The instructor can. So if you really want to take the risk and not go to a doctor, that's on you, right? If the instructor asks for a note and you don't have that note, then you may not be given a chance to retake that test. Or if you've missed too many classes and you have no note, I mean, you may fail the course. Now, may is a big question mark, right? You may fail the course, you may not. It's up to you if you want to take that risk. The school's policies, you're supposed to attend every class. Unless you're sick, there's a family emergency, something, right? If it's less than 2 days, email your instructor, present the evidence. If it's more than 2 days, come see us at Student Services. If you, God forbid, have a medical condition, need surgery, issues, come see us, okay? Now, it doesn't mean I can just excuse it. I wish I had that power, but I don't. But I'm going to tell you where to go, who to email. I'm going to listen to the situation based on the severity of it, and based on how you need to be accommodated. I'm going to recommend a course of action. Most likely, if you're going to have a prolonged absence for a medical reason, you would have to have a doctor's note. And that doctor's note needs to be detailed, as in it needs to include what you are suffering from, how it's going to deter you from coming to class in person, how long the period of recovery is. Some people would have to travel back home, but that's not necessarily the answer. You do have medical insurance here. We do offer a session where they'll go over it. You use this medical insurance, you go to a doctor, you are told by a doctor whether that illness can be treated here or whether you need to go back home. Based on that, then we know whether you need to perhaps go away for a longer period or not. Then you will probably have to meet with the director, present this documentation that we've helped you prepare, and then he will recommend a course of action that, again, it's not the same for everyone. It's not, it's not a broad solution that we can just apply and say, yeah, sure, everyone that's sick can have 2 weeks off, or everyone that has this medical issue can have a month off, right? Depends on the personal nature of the issue and how the school can best accommodate that. So I would not compare my situation with my friends, right? The friend may not be telling you everything that may have led to them having a longer absence or a shorter absence. So come talk to us, okay? We'll walk you through what you need to prepare, how we can address it, okay? But don't let it just, slip. Don't go back home. Don't do things where, you haven't gotten the proper permission, you haven't discussed the case with anyone, and all of a sudden, because it is, as much as you may have a valid reason, if you don't present that reason, then it's not a reason at all. And what happens is you fail the course, right? You paid a lot of money for that course. All it takes is for the proper documentation to be presented, and you can in fact take that absence if it's justified, but now you've missed out on that chance because you just left without notifying anyone, right? Or you've just missed class. Registration and finance. So this is something that Student Services helps with. We are not registration, as in it's a different department that takes care of registering students, assigning them to sections and groups, choosing class times. However, we do help with it, as in we can give you advice, right? So if you are having issues with your schedule, again, not always a straight answer. I can't just give you a solution and make your schedule okay for you, but I can probably advise you what can you do, right? What are your options? Transfer credits, so if you have a master's degree from back home and you are in a similar program as your master's degree and you think you have courses that you can substitute for the ones you are taking, come talk to us at Student Services. We'll share the policy and the forms and the whatever evidence you need to provide to be given those transfer credits. Failed courses and makeup courses, so this is something else that we help with. If you fail a course, it's not the end of the world. It happens, right? You're under a lot of pressure, you're taking a lot of courses, you're working, you're settling in a new country, you may fail a course, hopefully not, but if it happens, come talk to us, okay? Don't let it slip where you think it's not gonna matter right now, because time is of the essence when you fail a course. Sometimes you need to take makeup courses, you need to know when to take those courses, when the registration deadline is for that stuff, so again, come talk to us. Substitute courses, these are makeup courses that are not available for you to take right away, so we'll contact the registration department on your behalf. We'll try to see if there is an alternative course you can take just to be able to pass that semester and proceed to the next semester. So that's also something we help with. Fee inquiries, so if you don't pay your fees, you don't get registered, right? So kind of registration and finance go hand in hand. Come talk to us, right? If you are unsure about deadlines, about how to make payments, all of this stuff, people wait till the last minute or they listen to their friends. Their friend said tomorrow was the deadline. Well, no, actually it was a week ago. But my friend said this. Well, I shouldn't have listened to your friend. I know we all like to just save ourselves time and just ask our friends, but they're not always the best resource. So if you're unsure about it, even just one time come see us. You have the information until you graduate, right? So it's just, it's time out of your day, but it's gonna save you in the long run. Okay, so we're gonna watch a small video clip about how scheduling works, right? We do have a department here, the academics team, who will choose the schedule, the classes, the instructors for those classes. So it's a very complex process. Often I have students asking, why do I have classes on this day? Why can't I change my schedule? So this just sets the expectation of what being a student here means, what your schedule will look like from term to term. So just some basic rules, and we're gonna watch this video, okay?
Welcome to Lambton College. We are sure you are excited to begin your courses. We want to ensure that you have reasonable expectations about your course and class schedules at Lambton College. At all Lambton College study locations, we offer classes 6 days a week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Sometimes students will have classes scheduled over 3
Okay, so after that video, we're going to go over some notable things on your offer letter. You guys signed on this offer letter, right? And the reason is because it contains some fine print that you may not have read or think is of any importance. And, it's a good lesson in life, right? Read the fine print. So I'm going to read it with you so there's no surprises, right? One of the details is scholarship. So that's box 23. I often get asked, like, do we have any scholarships? Have you checked your offer letter? Some people are offered entrance scholarships. So this is scholarships that is offered to them before they apply and become a student. If they do meet the qualifications, Lambton College in Sarnia will award this scholarship to them. If you are wondering if you're eligible, it's going to say that on box 23. If there's further details having to do with the scholarship, it's going to mention it under conditions of acceptance under box 25. So those two things, very important to note. If you guys are or have paid fees through Flywire, now if you're going to continue to pay fees through Flywire or someone's going to do it on your behalf, you're going to want what's mentioned as a payment code. Where do I find this payment code? It's on your offer letter. So you can see that under box 22. Okay, so what else? Class schedule. So it's going to say, for example, so I get asked this a lot. I didn't know I had class Saturday. Well, it mentions that on your offer letter, right? So I'm not saying you're going to have class Saturdays every term, but you may, right? Tuition. So if you have come to Canada as a student through the student direct stream, you've probably paid your fees a year ahead. And that's okay, of course, that's great. Does it mean you don't have to worry about your fees for term 2 because you've paid 1 year ahead? This is something that I get students confused about a lot. But I've paid fees a year ahead. Why do I still owe money? Of course, you're all probably good and paid for term 1, but before the deadline for term 2, you should probably log into your My Lambton and check to see if you owe anything. May not be a huge sum that you owe because, of course, you've paid 1 year ahead, but you may still owe a little something, right? So, but I wasn't told this, but it says on your offer letter, estimated annual living and estimated tuition cost. When you guys paid a year ahead, the fees were not finalized because you had to pay so far in advance. The school, of course, had to give a tentative estimated amount so that you could pay a year ahead, so that you could come in with student direct stream program. Now, before, like I said, you probably have enough money to pay your term 1 fees. Before the deadline for fee payment for term 2, log on to your My Lambton and check, because the worst thing is coming in the day before the tuition deadline is due for term 2 and finding out you still owe something. Oh my gosh, I have to make a payment now. Oh, it's not going to get to the school tomorrow. It takes time. It takes 3 to 5 business days. Oh my gosh, but I didn't know. Well, if you came to orientation, first of all, you did the right thing because now you know, right? A lot of people will panic last minute. You will not be one of them because you know. Guard me fees. I don't need guard me fees. Can I just not pay this? I have OHIP. Why do I need this if you do? It's mandatory. Every college and university here that you get enrolled to, whether as an international or domestic student, you will need to be covered by medical insurance. Even if you do have OHIP, OHIP doesn't cover things like dental, drugs, so medicine. So all of these things is covered by your Guard Me insurance. Again, I would highly encourage attend a session so you know the specifics of this from an expert, but it's mandatory. You can't opt out. Campus and program change. I don't live close to this campus. I live in Mississauga. I live in Brampton. Can I just transfer to the Mississauga campus? I mean, it's the same college. Why can't I do that? It says on your offer letter. There's a reason for that, right? It's not just to give you a hard time. You can't transfer. And the reason I'm showing you this is because I want to make it clear there are no exceptions. I don't want you to waste your time, come to me and beg. I want to save you time, right? If it says so in your offer letter and you signed on to this, it's important that you know. And program changes. I I got accepted into this program, but I want to change to another program. Also not allowed. So again, this is stated on your offer letter. Program progression checklist. So in the next slide, I'm going to show you basically the Bible of what you should probably save on your computer, print, keep it in your wallet, because it's so, so important, and that's your program map. It's going to tell you what you need to graduate, right? It's going to tell you when each semester is, how many hours you're going to be spending in class, what courses will you be taking. So it's very important to stay on top of this, okay? It's also going to help with makeup courses, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. Okay, so program map, this is what it looks like. Not everyone has this fourth semester of co-op or will, but probably it will look like this. It has 4 semesters, maybe an optional co-op in your 5th semester. What do you have to pay attention to? What is this for? Like, why is this so important? Where do I access this? You access it on your Sester database. You're going to find this on your My Lambton, but it's not going to be in a PDF format. So my favorite is just to go on Sester database and download that PDF file. Then you always have it for reference, so it's easy. And also, if you need to submit this to an employer, IRCC, whoever, now you have this document saved up. What does it communicate to me? Prerequisites. Some people might know what prerequisites are. Don't sweat it if you don't. Prerequisites, what they are courses that you have to take before you take other courses, is to put it simply, right? How are you going to know if a course is a prerequisite to another course? I don't know if you can see, but the student in term 3 has some courses with prerequisites. So if you see a P on top of any of the courses in the square, that means you should pass the course above that before you can take the actual course, right? So if you were to fail the prerequisite, what that means is that you cannot take the course in that term. You have to pass the prerequisite before you're allowed to take the course. Academic break is going to tell you when your break is. Often people either don't think they have a break, they don't know they have a break, but if they do, they don't know when to take it, right? They can't plan ahead for this. This is why it's important to look at your map, right? So this student's map says they had a break in summer 2023. It'll say academic break S 2023. That's how you know. Will co-op semester, of course, it's going to notify you if you have that in your program or if you have an optional co-op in will. Number of credits, how do you know how many hours you're going to be in class, right? So on the left side, it's going to say term 1, 19 hours. So hours are the same as credits. So when we say credits, we don't mean courses, we mean the number of hours. So if a course is worth 1 credit, term 3, far right, CPS 2001, that means you're going to be in class for 1 hour. That course is worth 1 credit. So the last number of the course code is going to state how many hours you're going to be in class and how many credits that course is. Off-program map. So what happens if you fail a course? There's prerequisites involved. You're going to have to go off the map. So when we speak that term, usually means we have to figure out another study plan for you. So come see us in student services as soon as you fail a course. We're going to work with the registration team to figure out how are you going to graduate. Probably the progression is going to be affected, so your specific schedule is not going to look like everyone else's. It's going to look a little different. So that's what it means off the map. Failed courses or low GPA. I'm surprised a lot of people don't know what constitutes a failed course, right? I mean, I went to university and college here, so it's understandable. It may be different, the passing grade, back home, right? So here it is a D. So anything 50% and above means you passed. If you get an F for a course or below 50%, 49%, that's a course you failed. What is a graduating GPA? So don't panic if you don't get a GPA above 2.0 first term, second term. It's only important that you get 2.0 before you graduate. Sometimes you may have to stay an extra semester to be able to boost your GPA and graduate. But if you don't necessarily get that high GPA first or second term, that's okay. It just means you have to probably work harder in term 3, term 4. It may mean that you may have to take makeup courses. So people are usually very panicked when they get below 2 in their first term. But it's, not all hope is lost. Of course, it's a big adjustment the first term. There's a lot of factors why you may not be performing well. We have a lot of sessions on advising you how you can improve your GPA. We have a tutoring center, we have options, but you probably want to have that 2.0. If you don't, unfortunately, you can't graduate. And it's not something that we can round off and say, if you have 1.97, okay, it's a 2, you can graduate. No, you have to have 2.0. And if you're doing will or co-op in your last semester, you probably then want to have that 2.0 before your co-op or will semester, because of course will, if you don't get into co-op, you go into will, work integrated learning, but that's not a course where you get a grade from. It's just a pass or a fail course. So you have to have 2.0 to graduate, you have to have 2.0 to go into will project if you're not doing co-op. Makeup courses. So what happens if I fail a course? That's when you take a makeup course, right? When do I take the makeup course? Which semester? That depends, right? So it's not something I can just tell you right now. It depends on your specific case. Most of the times, students decide to take it during their academic break because it's 4 months. You're allowed to be part-time. You can take courses. You can work 1 or 2 courses. If you don't want to take a full schedule, you don't have to. If you fail the course, you take that course during your academic break. But what happens if you want to work and you don't want to come to school, you don't have the funds to pay for that makeup course? You don't have to take it during your academic break. It's recommended that you take it. Mostly the reason is, and this is why you come see us, is because we have to look at your term 3, right? So if you have a break after term 2 and you fail the course, and if that course is a prerequisite to something you're going to take in term 3, then you probably should take this course that you failed during your break. Again, it's not do or die. If you really can't, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. What will probably happen is we're going to have to create another schedule for you. Probably will have to stay back a semester. So again, if you can't, you can't. We have students that stay back an extra semester. It's not the end of the world. Can't stress this enough because I get a lot of students panicky and coming to my office, and I just want to stress that it's just about finding the right solution for you. So the earlier you come see us, the earlier you're going to put your mind at ease. When to register? Okay, I want to take a course. It's my break next semester. When do I take it? This information is not communicated anywhere. It is, right? Of course, come to me. More than welcome to, come. However, this information is communicated on Moodle. So like I mentioned before, the Moodle home announcement page will have dates. When to register, when the registration for makeup course starts, and when the deadline is, right? So that's how you find out. Where do you register? Sester database. That's where you go during those deadlines. You click on makeup course registration, fill out the information, submit, and it's as easy as that. So that's makeup courses in a nutshell for you. Student account updates. This is important. A lot of times people don't think updating their personal information is a big deal. And I wish it wasn't so, because I know things get missed. We move, phone numbers change, but it is so, so important, especially when you graduate and all of a sudden you remember you didn't update your address. It has your address back home. Oh my gosh, but where are we going to send your graduation hard copies, right? There's usually deadlines with updating this information. So as soon as you move, I know it's not something that you're thinking of in that moment, but at some point when you do remember, please update it. If you're going to update it on Sester database, it has to be updated on my Lambton. So you can't just update it on one platform and not the other. And we're going to show you how to do that later this week. We have a session on how to use these platforms. But if you know how to, and now that you're in Canada and you have a Canadian address, please update that. Phone number as well. A lot of times, if it's how the college finds you, right? If there was to be an emergency and we needed to contact you or a family member and this information isn't there, then it's like shooting yourself in the foot. Now, you're just lost to us because we can't reach you, right? So as much as you don't think things happen, things do happen, and you need to have we need to have updated information on you. Study permit and work permit, you landed in the airport, you got your study permit. That's a very important piece of document, right? So the school needs to have it. It's not enough that we have your study permit approval letter. Your actual study permit, now that you have it, it has to be uploaded on the database, right? So you log into Sestor database, click on documents, and then you can upload that. If it doesn't work, like if there's an error, or if you're just, where do I click, and you're lost, you can of course email us your study permit. We can upload on your behalf. But if you can do it on your own, that's perfect. Again, if you want to email it, send it to studentservices@sestercollege.com. What else? Student council. Okay. So student council is a wonderful opportunity to participate in planning events on campus, right? Student council is a very important part of the college. It's basically made up of individuals who want to be involved in the college planning, right? They want to represent a student body. They want to be involved in that decision-making degree. If you think this is something that's perfect for you, sounds like something you want to do, next year you can apply. So this time next year, if you have put in the application in December, we'll be receiving it, probably calling you for an interview in January, and you can be a part of this. I have to say it's very fun. Every time I've attended a student council meeting, I've just been amazed at, it's kind of like the meeting of great minds. Everyone comes in with so much passion, so much idea, so much experience, and they plan amazing events around the college, not just fun events, but informative events, holiday events, fun events. It's an amazing opportunity to participate. It's something you can put on your resume. It sounds amazing if an employer sees that you're part of student council. However, it does mean commitment, right? Often people think, oh, I can just come when I want, do what I want. It's not the case. It's a big, huge commitment, as in you need to attend meetings. If you miss a certain number of meetings, you'll be taken off the council. But there's huge rewards, awards and also recognition, but also just experience, right? So if you guys are interested, in December, again, keep an eye out on Moodle. The application procedure will be shared, but you can always email any student council resumes or information you want to studentcouncil@sestercollege.com. Okay, housing tips and support. We do offer housing support. It is not student services that directly helps with this, but of course we share information. So if you have any issues with housing, you can come see us. If you feel like emailing them directly, please do so. It's housing@sestercollege.com if you don't want to email student services. We also have social media channels that help with this. So if you add us on WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, sometimes it's just easier because you're on Instagram, you're checking your daily feed and you find out something about housing or about the college that you didn't know. So it's almost like accidentally coming across information you weren't even looking for. So it's really helpful. Okay, now fun stuff, food. So I have a little TikTok video for you guys to play, and it's just gonna show you some recommendations that our college students have regarding food, because let's face it, it's so important, okay? Food is like, you need the right snacks. So we're gonna play the video.
Need a snack? Our students got your back. Here are some of the snacks you must try. Samosas from the canteen at Lambton.
Madhya paneer rice.
Silver soda.
Bread omelette.
Ice cream and cookies. Bad man chai. Kabuli and veggie sandwich from the Nylon shop.
Fish fry, chicken bacon and spare from the Dream Hotel. Oreo shake.
Ice pack from Jerry.
French banana.
Hash brown.
Crispy chicken.
Oh yes, it's my top number.
What you must try.
Okay, so some good recommendations, right? I'm gonna go over the food places in the college. One of them is the canteen. So the canteen offers mostly South Asian, Indian food. It is located in the building over, the 265 building. We are in the 271 building. So the canteen is located on the second floor of the 265 building. It's delicious. If you guys miss the food back home, if you're from India or South Asia and you want something that probably feels more home cooked, that's where you go. Or if you just want to experience Indian food like me, that's where I go. Spicy for me, but I'm doing it. It's delicious. It's amazing. They have lots of great snacks as well. Tim Hortons, of course, the ever popular Tim Hortons. Everyone's standing in line there getting an iced cappuccino, an Oreo shake. So it's a good, if you need a coffee, especially with a little bit of pastry or sandwiches. They have amazing lunch options. That's also an option. Tim Hortons is also located at the 265 building, the first floor. It's very easy to see. I'm sure you guys saw it on your way here. It is closed this week, but it'll open when the semester starts. And the Bang Bang shop. This is located in this building. I think it's on the first floor. Yeah. It's almost like a gift shop and a place you can order food from is the best way to describe it. If you guys kind of want a little, like pick me up or little souvenirs, you can definitely go there. Now the food there is, I believe, Asian food, and you have to order it in advance. So it's not something you can just go there and get from the counter if your class starts in the next 15 minutes. But if you have like half an hour, you can put in your order with the associate, and it'll be delivered to you at that exact same location at the specified time that they give you. So again, this is 3 options if you want to get food on campus. Mental health. So very important. The college values mental health. It's important because being an international student is stressful, of course. I don't need to tell you that, right? It's almost, when you're sick, you have a cold, you have a cough, you go to a doctor. You don't just wish it away, right? You can't just think yourself healthy. You need to see a specialist about it, right? You need to talk to someone about it, get advice. The same thing applies to your mental health. So if you of course we all go through stress, but if it gets to the point where it's affecting your academics, and a lot of people will tell you, oh, just snap out of it, it's not important. It's not something that is possible. You need to talk to someone about it. We do have a session on student wellness. Our mental health counselor, Janice, will be leading this session and will talk to you specifically about what mental health is, what services the college offers regarding mental health. So student services, of course, is a part of that. So we do talk to students about their mental health issues. A lot of times it's because it affects their academics, and whenever they're not performing well in academics, it affects their mental health. So it's something that's hand in hand with the services we provide. But of course, you're more than welcome to come talk to us if you feel more comfortable, but most likely we're going to recommend that you see our wellness counselor, Janice, and talk about the issues, right? So again, I urge you to not ignore it or to be ashamed of it or listen to your peers about what mental health is. The reason is because I've seen this too many times where it'll get severe and it'll affect your academics. You're paying a lot of money to be here, right? So you don't want that jeopardizing everything, especially when the solution is as simple as taking that first step and talking to someone about it. So please don't ignore these issues. Of course, again, everyone goes through stress. It's a natural part of life. But if you feel yours is getting severe, it's affecting your, your academics or your time in Canada, your experience in Canada, you need to talk to someone about it. So that's why the college takes this seriously, because we've seen too many times how it affects students. So again, what is mental health and what it isn't is here, it's not a weakness. It is not something that happens to some people and not others. It happens to everyone. Everyone at some point in their life will deal with a mental health issue. So it is not by any means a reflection of a specific personality or your nature as a person or how well-rounded you are. It by no means dictates those things. And it's, like I said, it's complex, right? It's a part of everyone, so it's important that you get help if you even feel a little bit like you need to talk to someone about that. Okay, so again, attend Janice's session. She'll go over more of these details, but mental health services that the campus offers has to do with these categories. So mental health concerns, this is things having to do with stress, depression, anxiety, so just whatever you can think of that falls under that mental health concern, but also harassment and bullying. This is also a mental health concern, right? So if you feel like you're being bullied in class or you're witnessing bullying and it's affecting you, this is something that you need to come talk to us about, right? And then of course you will have to go talk to Janice about it if you're comfortable, because as much as if you think the solution is, as much as soon as the bullying stops, then the mental health issue is going to be resolved. That's not the case. Of course, the bullying, harassment has to stop, and we'll help you with that, but there's often things that'll stay with you when you go through an experience like that, right? You may not admit it to yourself, but it happens, right? Starts affecting you, so you need to address that. That's what we help with. Community services. So if you don't want to talk to anyone in the school, or you feel like you need to go outside for help, we also have an extensive database of counselors, more, culturally specific community resources that we can refer you to, right? Maybe you want to go to a community resource that specializes in helping women, right? Maybe you would like to go more towards a South Asian community center. So we have a database. We can put you in touch with those people. So you don't necessarily have to use our counseling service. It's just more convenient because it is here, and our counselor is wonderful, of course, but it's not the only option. We do have other options that we can put you in touch with. And on-campus wellness counseling, which I mentioned is Janice. Her office is located beside the reception desk. There's also a queue called Health and Wellness. So if you guys sign up, you'll be meeting with Janice and discussing your wellness concerns with her. So outside of just Janice's assistance, we do have specific college faculty that are mental health certified. So if you already have a relationship with any of these individuals, like Peter, you'll meet Brian, they're co-op counselors, right? We have Prince, who is our coordinator for the tutoring center. If you come across these individuals and you already have a relationship with, and you are going through mental health issues, more than welcome to discuss it. They are specialized, they have the education in this, on this subject to help you with it. So again, just a list of who you can email from the college faculty that can help you with mental health issues. And that's it. Short and sweet. Do we have time for questions? Very short. I talked a lot. But yeah, again, don't worry if you don't get to ask your question. We are here. We're here this whole week. Outside of the time that I have to present, I'll be in the office and the queue will be on if you have any questions that you want to ask me. But of course, right now, if it's a short and quick question, you're more than welcome to ask. Again, no pressure. If you think of it later, please do come by or email us, okay? I know it's a lot, so, and of course, you'll be learning more later. Thank you so much, guys, for being here and listening to me talk way too much. So hope you have a wonderful experience today, and we'll see you around campus, okay? Thank you so much.
So thank you, Tenny, so much from Student Services. So you guys learned a lot. So we just want to invite you just to take a quick break. We'll be back here at 10:30. We'll have another presentation for Canadian culture and transportation. And then if anyone misses Student Services or way to it, it'll be up in the Will Room. So just take a quick break. And then if anyone's in SCMT, PMLT, and DOCT, just make sure you go for your program info sessions on the schedule. If you need a schedule, you can just come up here and we can provide it for you, okay? So enjoy the break. Thank you.
microphone check. I think it sounds okay. Can everyone hear me in the back? Everyone in the nosebleeds? Hi. You can hear me okay? Is good? Yeah? All right, perfect. Okay, good. All right. So I think without further ado, I think it's 10:30. I am a little bit late, which is actually going to come up interestingly in my presentation and why that's a bad thing, but that'll come up later. So let's get cracking. Thank you all for coming in. You all had a lovely session on student services here, I think, just now. Some of you did, some of you didn't, but for everyone that, doesn't really know what's going on yet, welcome to the college. First of all, my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college, and you might see me twice today. One is during this session on Canadian culture, and then another one in the academic integrity portion, which is, I think, very, very fun, but I don't know if you would love that. But it's honestly awesome, so I encourage you all to be here for this one and for that one as well. So today, the first session we've got going on with myself in it is going to be about Canadian culture, and those of you that are first coming into the country, this is maybe your first, maybe even first day that you're here, or second day, or first week, or however long you've been here, that's cool. But we're going to talk a bit about the things you're going to encounter to get through day-to-day life in this country. That's more important than anything else. So we're going to go through all these things, and I want to give you as much information as I can give you about the city that is going to be most useful for you on a day-to-day basis, okay? So when we're talking about culture, what are we really talking about? And my clicker's not working. Is that working? Click, 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 click. Clicker's not working. Okay. Is it thingy? Nothing? Okay. All right. Well, anyways, this is what culture is. This is what I was going to click towards. It's just telling you the things that you're going to come across in a country that make it kind of special from a different country or a different area or a different place that you're living in. So you're all coming from many different countries. I assume none of you are from Canada, in which case, welcome. And I was actually born in Canada. I was actually born down the street of here. I was actually born at North York General Hospital, so I was born there, and then I was raised in Toronto, and then I just walked down the street, and I got a job here, right? So that's, that's what my life is. But really, a lot of you don't know what I know about the country just because I've been here maybe for a bit longer than you have. So I'd love to tell you what I know about us as Canadians and how to kind of survive around us. That's really kind of a tricky thing. So click. All right. Here are some examples of things that you might come across at a Canadian tourist shop, right? So you're looking around, you're looking for souvenirs to bring back for family. Your souvenirs will probably contain one of these awesome things. You might have that animal up there. This one I'm pointing up to is the caribou or an elk or moose, okay? You have bears in Canada. We like to skate in Canada. We like hockey in Canada, okay? We like maple syrup in Canada. That's cool. Quebec. All right, awesome. But in a day-to-day basis, is this going to help you when you're in class? Is this going to help you, walking down the street? I mean, well, maybe walking down the street, but honestly, this stuff won't really get by, This won't really help you very much to know these things when you're spending your entire adult life here starting now, okay? So we want to kind of click, break through these stereotypes that we have here. And you're probably wondering what's going on, those of you that are not familiar with the Canadian climate, although we're in winter, so you kind of know now. This is a night where the car was outside, there was rain. That rain, it went below freezing, and so it turned into ice, and it froze on the car's window. So when you roll down your window, your car works, and the window goes down, but the ice stays exactly where it was, and then you have to knock that out of your car. And that's life in Canada with the vehicle parked outside on a rainy night, okay? And he or she, this person is reaching for, I assume, give it a click. No, it didn't work. Oh, it didn't move. They were going to punch through the glass. It was really, really cool, but you didn't see it, unfortunately. I'm so sad. Okay. But anyways, they were punching through the glass. They're going to reach for a cup of Tim Hortons coffee because we love Tim Hortons coffee in Canada. There's a Tim Hortons on every corner of every street in Canada. Literally, there is a Tim Hortons on the corner of that building of the campus of the school. I think they might be open or closed today, but the point is, yeah, they're everywhere, right? So what I want to give you, oh, yeah, you saw it. Okay, cool. It's moving. Awesome. Cool. So what I want to tell you now, click, and you can go to the next one. I want to give you some things that you can use to get by on a day-to-day basis in the country, in Canada, on campus as well, like all these different things, okay? So things like body language, things like transportation, all that stuff we're going to talk about today. But before we get that, let me give you an example scenario you might encounter in the college on the campus, okay? You're running to class. You got to get to class. Actually, you know what? No. You're walking casually through the hallways towards your class. You're doing everything right. Okay, fine. There's a teacher holding a bunch of papers, and then they're not paying attention. They're not paying attention, and they bump into you, and then all their papers fall on the ground, okay? You will probably, I'm assuming, you're probably going to say, oh, sorry, you know, because they bumped in and, you know, everything fell. And what's the teacher going to do? What is the teacher going to do in this situation? You'll be surprised to know that most Canadians in that situation, click, are going to actually, apologize to you as well. You've said sorry, you've apologized, and they'll say sorry as well. You know why? Because we love that word sorry. It's one of our favorite words in the whole world. We love to apologize for things. We will start a phone call. I know a person. Hey, oh, you know who okay. Did anyone come in and listen to the student services session previously in the atrium just now to talk about student? Tenny was your presenter, right? Okay, Tenny will answer a phone, and I'm telling you now because you know exactly who Tenny is. She'll start a phone call with sorry, okay? Hi, sorry, I'd like to make an appointment for something. And that's how they begin the conversation. A lot of Canadians are like that. They love to say sorry. We love to apologize all the time. So you're going to encounter a lot of sorries. It's not a bad thing. We're not taking blame for anything, but we also are kind of taking blame for lots of things. So we're very strange in that regard, and that's just how Canadians tend to be. So it might happen to you. If you ever run into anyone and bump into people, well, apologies are going to be had all around, okay? So let me just try to click now. Click. Boom. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. That was amazing. Technology, people. Technology. All right. So we like to be, you know, polite. That's one important thing. We like that we're diverse. It's different to be normal. I think you're going to run into people in your class, in the whole city. Very, very, very diverse in terms of culture. I am, you know, technically, like I was born in Canada, but my parents were not. My parents were from a country called Trinidad and Tobago, okay? And I think it's true for most of us that, you know, even if you're born here, in many cases, your parents aren't, okay? So, like, a lot of people come from different places. We like that difference. It makes it a much more interesting place to live and also to eat in because of the amount of different foods that you get downtown. So these are good things that we like, okay? We're egalitarian. That just means that we like everything to be equal. No one is better than someone else because they are, you know, from a different place than us, okay? Canadians don't think of themselves as better than you. In fact, we're so happy that you're here and thankful that you're here and you know, and learning and hopefully sticking around and helping us out with jobs and stuff like that. So it's really, really good that you're here. We're very happy that you're here. We're very happy that you're different than us. Lots of different things that we're happy about, but this is the things that make Canadians, you know, interesting, I suppose. We like cultural differences, but like I said, if you walk down in downtown Toronto, there are different areas full of different types of cuisine in the same block. So, I mean, you're going to run across a lot of difference, and that's hopefully going to be a good thing for you. And we are famously humble. We are famous for how humble we are. I don't know how true that is, but, you know, it is kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit. Not true, but true, right? But anyways, moving right along. So in a normal conversation, trying to, like, you know, talk to people, body language is an interesting thing about Canadians, and this is very true. All this stuff is very true for me. If you have a conversation with me, I think I've talked to some of you, like, just asking for directions, and this might have happened even when I wasn't thinking about it as it was going on. But you want to have a conversation with your arms uncrossed, okay? So don't cross your arms because that's and normally when that happens, people in the audience start to uncross their arms when they're sitting. It's fine. It's totally fine to keep your arms crossed. Don't worry about that. But when you're having a conversation, when your arms are crossed, it suggests that you're uncomfortable or that you're angry or something like that when you're talking with somebody, okay? But when you're not and you're just sitting down there, it's fine. But just keep that in mind when you're having a conversation. Another thing to keep in mind is you want to have your hands out of your pockets. So my mom used to do this to me all the time. I would have my hands in my pockets, and I would talk to her, and then she would ignore me. She would just not listen to me at all. And then I would just take my hands out of my pockets and then continue the conversation, and then she would start talking again, right? So hands out of your pockets, a little bit of a sign of respect there for you as well. And then eye contact. Now, it does say, I think, maintain eye contact up here, but you want to kind of be careful with eye contact because it's okay to, have eye contact. But then, for example, if I start to have eye contact and I just don't, I just stop looking at everything else and I'm staring at the one person for the entire conversation over and over again, I'm not even blinking anymore. It's kind of strange. I mean, I can tell that you're a little bit uncomfortable by this, right? So, be careful with how you maintain the eye contact, okay? But these things in moderation are very good for your conversations. Personal space is another one. Personal space is weird because when you're talking to somebody and you're too close to them, they will instinctively, like me, for example, if you're coming too close to me, not because I don't like you or because I think you smell or whatever, but I'll just kind of take a step back, right? And I will do this unaware to myself. It just happens, okay? So I need a little bit of space between you, and that's generally a thing that Canadians like. I usually recommend, if you're close enough to the person, to make a very easy, reach and then hug them. If you can hug them because you're so close, you're probably too close. If you have to struggle to get that close to make a hug, then you're probably a right distance to have a conversation, okay? So these are a few things to keep in mind when you're having those conversations with people on campus, because this might happen. You might encounter a few of these things over time. So a few other things to keep in mind: social interactions. So firm handshake. Handshakes are back because COVID is around, but less severe. So handshakes are okay now. When you make a handshake, I will point out, though, you shake the hand. It could be firm. It could be not so much like a piece of spaghetti or something, but, have a handshake. And then you're done touching the person. No need to hey, what up? Yeah, and start touching and whatever. You're done touching the person after the first handshake, and that's about it. You want to smile, but again, just like the eye contact, not weird smiling, just, pleasantly, up, not, strange smiling. I don't know how to describe it, but if you smile too weird, this could be strange for a person. So watch out for that. You want to make sure that first names are used in the college, because even your instructors, I know a lot of people say ma'am, sir, professor, teacher, miss, or whatever the words are, but their first names are perfectly fine. I was an instructor here for about since 2015, I was an instructor for a while here, and not once did I want another student to say to me, Mr. Gonzalez, which is my last name. Call me Mark, okay? Your instructors, it's okay to call them by their first names in many cases, and so I encourage you to use the first names for your instructors and for each other in the room, okay? So that's something that happens too. And also make sure that that personal space thing that I said before, you kind of keep that in mind, okay? All right, so now that we've done all of those, I'm going to give you another situation. This one is, what would you do in this situation? You're at the crosswalk. You're about to cross the street, okay? You have the not a very good time to cross signal going on, like the flashing hand. It gives you a countdown. You have, let's say 9 seconds left, and then you have an option. You could beat the light. That's the phrase. You beat the light. You get there, you cross the street in time, and then you can go about your business. Or you can say, you know what? I'm not going to do this, and I'm going to stand right here, let it go by, and then wait for the red light to change, and then wait for the crossing, and then wait for it to go back, and then it turns on again to cross, and then you cross again. You've now eaten up a whole bunch of time, okay? So just by a show of hands, if you want, who would beat the light, save yourself some time, cross the street, and then go about your business? Anyone want to do that? Yeah, thank you for being honest. Okay, we have one there. Okay, any others? Yeah, cross the street. Who would wait for the next round and then not cross the street? Who would do that? We have more hands going up for that. Okay. Those of you, well, okay, all right. Those of you that said wait until the next round to cross the street, You're correct. Good job. Good job. Good answers. Good answers. Well done. Okay. Although I know you raised your hand on you're the only one to raise your hand, but it's fine. Thank you for being honest. But we like to follow rules here. Now, beating the light is an interesting thing because you know who else is trying to beat the light? Not just the person crossing the street, but you know who else is beating that light? All the cars on the road as well. Okay? So if someone makes a left turn and they're like, "Oh, I'm beating that light," and then they run right into you, well, that's unfortunate. And by the way, side note, guard me, your insurance, your health insurance, that's also on, I think, Friday. So be there for that session as well. It might be useful in case you are injured by a vehicle. I've actually known a few of my friends, and then I don't know if this is related, but they were from a different country. One of them was from Armenia. One is from, I think, Ukraine, for example. And within the first little while that they were here, they got hit by vehicles. So you want to kind of be careful with the vehicles as they're crossing the streets, okay? All right, so watch out for that. But we like to follow rules. I'm the academic integrity officer as well. So, you know, of course, I'm going to love rules because that's what my job is. That's what they pay me for. So, you know, there's also that. Okay, but here's another one. Do I have another situation for you? Okay, here's another one. This one is less harmful to your body. Okay, this one is you're at the grocery store. You all have a car. Congratulations, because you need a car for this scenario. You're packing your groceries into your car. You have your buggy. Your buggy is now empty. Okay, your push cart is now empty of products. You now have an option of hopping into your car and then driving away, leaving the buggy right there, or wasting your life pushing that cart back through like the rainy weather and horrible weather, back to the buggy return thing just to get back your 25 cents, and you're like, oh, man. Okay, so you have two options. So who would waste their time and push the buggy all the way back to the place where it belongs? Who would do that? We have a hand up. We have a maybe? Yeah, you're okay. Okay, I feel like you've changed. All right. And then who would leave the buggy there? Be honest, who would leave the buggy there? Some people would leave the buggy there, right? I've been to many groceries, and I've seen lots of people leaving buggies there, so I'm sure that there are people that leave buggies there. Okay. Well, you know, those of you that chose to leave the buggies there, I would highly encourage you to please don't do that. Please return them back to where they are because, you know, hey, that's kind of the rules. You know, this will not negatively impact you in any way, but it's just the right thing to do, you know? And instead of having buggies all over the place, it's just nice to have that around, okay? So, yeah, buggy return. I put that in there just because it hurts me so much to see the buggy sitting there. So I'm like, oh, I hope that I can teach you to, you know, put the buggies away. But anyways, okay, so we've done all that stuff. We've talked about these things, courtesies. Now let's talk about not your body language, but how you kind of speak and say the things you want to say to people on campus, because that's also important too, okay? So, for example, we want to be on time. I was late. It's 10:30, I got to start this thing. I was here at 10:35. I was here, but I just didn't begin on time. But punctual, very, very important. If you're here on time, technically, for some people, you're late. You know, they want you to be earlier than the actual original time. This is important for tests and exams, because if you're late for the exam, that can cause you huge problems. So always be on time as much as you can. Be punctual. Very, very, very important. Okay, so you want to also keep in mind a few things about, you know, rules from different people. I have rules. I'm the academic integrity officer. The college has rules. Your instructor has classroom rules, okay? Your apartment might have rules. Everyone has rules. Just follow those rules and you're fine, okay? If you work within the parameters of the rule, you're probably good. If you go outside of that, then that's when problems occur. And most important thing I'll say of all day, don't litter. That's just good advice. Just don't litter, right? It's just a good thing to not do, right? Don't litter. Okay, good. All right. So now that we talked about that, what about actually speaking in, you know, public? I'm speaking to you in English. This is my favorite language because it's the only one that I actually know, right? I have no other languages in my repertoire. You're actually much more well off than I am in terms of language because you know at least two. I'm just assuming, in many cases, two or more. And congratulations on that because it's very hard to do. I only know one. I know a little bit of French, and that's about it, just because, you know, they make us learn French in school. But, you know, since we all know English, it's highly encouraged to speak English on the campus because of this. Think about this, for example. I can speak English in a room. everyone in the room hopefully can also speak English, then that means you're not excluding someone from a conversation. It feels kind of bad when someone else is talking a language and you don't know what they're talking about. You've now removed them from the conversation completely. And another reason, if English is your second language, which it most likely is, what better place to practice that language than in the school, on campus, in the college? Get better at it here. Because sometimes you might go home and you won't even actually get to talk in English for many times in a night or a day or a week. So this is the best place to do that. So English in the classrooms, encourage, please try to do that. But not that you can't speak your other language, it's just that in a room full of mixed languages, this is your best choice. Okay? All right, good. When you're having disagreements, which will happen in your class, be sure that you remember, what is your intention? Are you trying to just be angry and start a fight, or do you want something to come out of this that's kind of productive, okay? So diplomacy, very, very important. Having discussions, you might disagree with your teacher about your grades. So what do you do about this? Do you say, sir, you're horrible, you can't believe you did this to me, give me some grades here. And then you just roll up your arms and then getting ready to fight? No, like just be careful with what you want to do in that case. So discuss it, understand you have an intention, something that you want to accomplish, and be diplomatic about it, okay? And that might be harder than, you might think, because sometimes it gets under your skin, the disagreements do with your teacher, but do your best with that case. Interruptions, try not to talk over someone, let them finish speaking, then you say your piece, and then back and forth, like tennis, right? So you hit the ball back and forth. Non-verbal expressions, like crossing your arms, hands in your pockets, okay? Watch out for these when you're having disagreements. That might be tricky to keep in mind. And also, never say please or thank you enough. You can never say that enough. Please, we love. Thank you, we love, okay? Thank you, please. I would love to discuss my grades with you because I have issues with them. Thank you. Sorry. And then just throw those into all your conversations and you're probably good, okay? So another thing I want to mention, oh yeah, listen. Listen, because sometimes you might get no's. No's happen all the time. No does not mean maybe later. No does not mean, oh, he must not have heard me. No means actually no. That's a thing to keep in mind with no's, right? So watch out for that. Listen for the no, and then kind of move on from there. And then as well, pace. How fast are you talking? How slow are you talking? That also impacts the person that's listening to you. And I hope that I'm not talking too fast or too slow or too, I don't know, boringly. But, it does impact the person as they listen to you. Okay, so this is just stuff about body language. It's stuff about communication. Great. Now I just want to talk a little bit about the experience that you're going to have if you've been here very recently. So just by a show of hands, who has been here for 1 month or less? 1 month or less? Okay. Who has been here for more than 3 months? No one? Okay. All right. That's good. So you're gonna get a lot out of this next session. This is called culture shock. This is what I want to tell you about. You're all in the best part of culture shock. But if you don't know what this is, it means that you're going to encounter something that is going to be really tough on you eventually, okay? And if you know that it happens, you're more likely to, survive it, cope with it, handle it much better than if it's a complete shock to you. And I've met people that have gone through this, even with this past semester, and it was rough on them. So I just want you to be aware of it and know what it is and how to avoid it and how to overcome it, okay? So culture shock has 3 different portions of it. Honeymoon, then resistance, and then acceptance, right? These 3 periods. Now, everyone said that they were here less than 3 months, so you're probably all in this phase, the honeymoon phase, the best one. You've come to a new place. Everything is different. Everything is super cool. Everything tastes new. Everything is, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They have a moose? Wow. Okay, cool. Bears? Wow. Okay. Well, just stay away from the bears. But generally, everything is brand new. It's exciting. It's a whole new piece of your life. Congratulations. Okay? This is very, very, very fun for you. You're in the best portion of all of this. But I have some bad news because it kind of goes away after a little while. It kind of goes away after a little while. And I compare it to, okay, so those of you that, like movies, and if you read books, okay? So you read a book, and then they make a movie about that book, and then you go watch that movie. And then sometimes you ever get that feeling where like, wait a minute, that wasn't the same in the book. That was different than the book. Yeah, imagine living that for your entire life. Every day you wake up, everything is not the same anymore, and that starts to bother you. It's not new anymore. It's annoying now. You can't stand it. And that is what's going to happen possibly if you're not, well, and most likely it will, but it depends when. It could be within the second month, could be the 6th month, who knows when, but eventually it might grate on you. The differences might grate on you. If you're here by yourself, you don't have family with you, that's even harder. If your time zones are off, you have to have a phone call at, I don't know, 3 in the morning just to have a talk with your family, that is going to strain your academics. It's going to strain your life in general, okay? It could happen to you, especially if you're alone. And it's not fun. You could even be physically sick. You could actually start getting ill around this time. So now you're physically sick. Now you're emotionally strained. Now everything is different. Now all your foods are not the foods that you know. It's there, but it doesn't taste like back home. All that stuff bugs you a lot. That could ruin your entire week, life, month, day, whatever, okay? And it's a struggle. It's a struggle. That's just the best way I can say it. It is a struggle. If you're lucky, though, and in many cases, I think a lot of volunteers here have been here for about this period of time. I don't know if this is true or not, but you get to the other side of it. You get over it, and then you get to the actual acceptance. Okay, there are these things that are different. Okay, so what? Okay, that's there. This is here. There are differences. It makes sense. I don't mind. I can live here. I can cope with here. I can enjoy these differences, and I don't have to feel so upset. I've figured out a routine, maybe, and I've experienced everything that is hard on me to the point where, like, okay, I got it, I'm good, okay? So this might happen to you. And if it does happen to you, it could be hard, especially if you're by yourself. But you're not by yourself, because there are different ways that you can overcome it, things that can help you cope with it better. Networking is great, so making friends here even this week during orientation, very helpful. But if you don't have that, well, then the college is going to be more than happy to help you too. We have a mental health and wellness counselor on campus. I think Student Services session told you about that. So Janice is here. Student Services is here. Your instructors are here. Okay, and then the network that you build around here will help you with this issue. It is something to be aware of. Watch out for it. Be careful, but best of luck. I think you'll be fine. But if you're not, just come to any of us. I'd be more than happy to talk about this stuff. Okay? Contact information for Student Services is here if you need it, but I think you also got that in the previous session. So it's just something to watch out for. Now, everyone's favorite topic is transportation. All right. Who transported themselves here somehow via bus or car? I'm going to just assume yes, you don't live here, right? So there are many different transit systems. Some of them are, I can't even say great. Some of them are there, and some of them are also there, and some of them also have buses, and some of them have trains. Some of them are around, and some of them are also around. That's what I can say about these transportation systems. Some of them, like I grew up with YRT, I know that one quite well, but just to go through some of them, if you need to navigate around not just the Toronto area, but beyond it, to go see places, here's what you can use, okay? So just starting with TTC. It's the downtown Toronto area. If you're south of, I think, Steeles Avenue, below that, it covers all of TTC, okay? Subways are there, buses are there, streetcars are there. They have, I think, 4 subway lines, and I mean, any fans of TTC subway stations here? No, not really? No, okay. They can be slow. They can be a bit, they could have delays on them. There could be construction going on. There could be all kinds of horrible things that happen to it. But the point is that it can help you get from point A to point B, C, maybe E if you're lucky, if there are no delays. But yes, you can use the TTC. The fares are, you can use if you have a credit card, you can tap a credit card on there and it'll work. If you have a Presto card, you can tap your Presto card. That's where you load money on, and then you get that to work. You can get a student pass. I believe I have the next one about the passes. You can get a student pass with a student photo ID. You can get that at a specific station. I think it's Bathurst. And you pay for the photo ID, but then you use it to get a discount on your monthly pass. So if you're using it enough, do the math and see if perhaps it makes sense to get a student pass or to get any kind of bus pass. But keep in mind the prices. These are subject to change. I mean, they change, I don't know how often they do, but they sometimes do change, okay? So a fare is $330 with the Presto card discount, and then it's like $156, I think? Oh no, yeah, $156 for the full pass, and then $128 discounted, okay? That's TTC. All right. Next is Go. Go Transit, it covers a lot more of Ontario. It goes further up north than you might need. But for example, if you want to take a train to Niagara Falls or take a transportation from Go to get to Niagara Falls, they have a route to just see the Niagara Falls if you want to go on a trip. So this is pretty good. They have cars, they have trains. The trains, you pay for the fare, but someone will come in to check your ticket. You don't have to actually just show it to the person on the train. You just get on the train, and then you just go wherever you want, and then you have your fare handy, okay? That's true for some of the other ones as well. The fares range 10 kilometers or less. I think it's about $4 or $5, give or take. And then there's a website there for you if you need it. And some people have covered Go. If you don't need Go, then you don't need Go. Some people are in YRT. Any YRT people? Anyone in York Region, Markham, Richmond Hill? Oh my goodness, I am. I was. And I used to live on YRT. That was an event. I used to go to school and hop on the YRT. There are two kinds of services that YRT offers. The regular blue and white bus. Those are like a bus. They stop, they make their stops, whatever. They also have Viva. It's the same thing. You pay for one fare. You can use it across Viva and YRT. But Viva has fewer stops. So it's more of an express line. They go by colors and they're all that's weird stuff. But yeah, that's Viva and YRT. So their fares, you can use a Presto card on it, $4.25 a fare. That's gone up. It used to be $2 when I was in school, but that was a long time ago. Okay, anyways, moving on. Okay, so there's your website for YRT and Viva. There's also Brampton Transit. They have their own express line called Zoom. So those of you in Brampton, this was what you can use to get around as well. Website is there for you, $4.50 per fare, and then $3.40 with the Presto discount. Okay, so you have a few different fares. I think My Way is next. Yeah, My Way's for Mississauga. Any Mississauga people in the room? I think that's kind of far. And also we have a Mississauga campus, so you probably not are actually from Mississauga. But anyways, moving on. For $4 for a single fare, $3.20 with Presto. And so these are most of the transit systems, trains, buses. Okay, and also, streetcars with TTC. But let's say you got to go to a test, and you're afraid that you're going to be late for the test because, honestly, these things are not that reliable, and you just want to make sure that you're here on time. And if you have the money to kind of, use on these things, you can use ride sharing or taxis. Okay, so if you need a taxi, for example, you have Beck. That's just a regular taxi service. Okay, like cabs. You have Uber. Anyone? It's a new app. It's not. I don't know if you know Uber. Uber is a thing. Anyone know Uber? Any fans of Uber here? No. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Anyways, the app is available for you. I'm sure you all know Uber. Uber Eats too, if you want food. Skip the Dishes is also for food, and also a few others. But also you have Lyft. Uber and Lyft. Different prices, but similarly, capped, I'd say, on their average prices. And you can definitely use one of those to get here for an examination, for example. You want to make sure you're on time. These might be a bit more reliable. They're more expensive, of course. You're paying a premium to get here on time, but at least you don't have any delays because someone pushed the yellow button on TTC's subway and then they got to stop for a while and you just got to hope that everything's okay and then move on. Or there's other stuff that goes on in TTC, but anyways. Those are your options there. Of course, there are websites for Uber, but honestly, you just download the app and you just take a look at it from there. Uber, Lyft, okay, cool. All right, so moving on. Like I said, give yourself, well, I didn't say that, but the exam thing. Use it for exams, for example, Uber and Lyft. But give yourself time to make sure that you're here on time. I meet with students all the time because I'm academic integrity, and one of the common meeting discussions I have is, well, sir, I was late for the test, so I didn't know what to do, so I took the test outside. I hope that's okay, but it's not, right? So I always tell them that that's an issue. If you're there on time, if you're struggling with the buses, even if you know, like you leave 2 hours earlier than you planned and you still arrive late, it's unfortunate, but give yourself that time so that you can arrive earlier than the actual event. Now, if you're late for an exam, there are rules around it. I won't really get into that too much here, but long story short is if you're late for the exam, someone leaves the room, like a student leaves the room, you can't enter. Okay, so you want to be on time. If you're on time, there are fewer headaches for you and for your instructor as well. So be there on time as best as you can. If your bus is slow, your bus is late, your cars are late, you get into a car crash, I hope not. You get hit as a pedestrian on the street, okay, that's unfortunate too. But if you're late, late is late, okay? Late is late. So late is a problem. Be careful with being late, and the more options you have for transit, the better for you overall, okay? And then snow. Snow happens. Snow in Canada? Yeah, that happens all the time, right? So we're not really shocked by it. Although if you never had snowfall before, it's great to see students who have never seen snow before, and they see it for the first time, and they have a blast, but it's not an excuse as well, so you do want to keep that in mind. Factor in all of these things, to consider these things before you wind up late, because late is late, okay? All right, so let's keep on moving. Moodle. I've talked about a lot of things. The last thing I want to talk about is the Moodle stuff, the stuff that you need for on campus, okay? Moodle is how you get all the knowledge you need about the school. News, courses, submission deadlines, exams, essays, whatever, content for the college is all here. Job boards here, okay? So this is the website that you would visit. You could also check out, you'd log in, okay? You log in, and then you have a page that looks kind of like this, but it might look a bit different because we've updated it recently. But you will have things like news, upcoming events, okay? The top bar has all the important administration links that you need, okay? It's all there on the page. So I know it's hard to see, it's like really, really tiny, but you could visit the job board. I think the volunteers that are here, they're helping us because they found the jobs through, things like the job board, okay? So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, well then check this out, right? You have your calendar. Now, your calendar is great because it tells you when your exams are happening, it tells you when your assignments are due, and what better way than, you can plug this into your own calendar and get notifications, or you can actually download the app. And there's an app on Android, there's an app on iPhone. If you're not sure which one you have, I'm sorry about that, but you can just visit that website up there. It'll let you pick which one you need. And then you just punch in the Moodle's website, which is moodle.cestercollege.com, and then you can actually get your notifications pushed to your phone, so you know, hopefully, if your notifications are turned on and you have the app on your phone, you can get your deadlines. They're all right there, okay? And so that's pretty helpful. And then this is what a normal page looks like with the update. This is what the new Moodle looks like, okay? And if you have, there's a More button, you click on More, you see all the different pages. All of the pages that you click on have like a blue little thing with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It tells you what's on the page. So this is the administration page. It's got all the policies on it. And this is what the policies page would look like. Click on the policy you want, browse it, read it, because you love to read policies, check that out and enjoy it. And then after you do that, I just want to show you a few more things on Moodle that you'll need. Course outline is 1, evaluation timetable is 2, and then the other resources you need for your courses. The evaluation timetable, very, very important. This is what it looks like. You need to have this to understand your deadlines, what assignments are due, what is the percentage, if it's a test, what's it about? What are the chapters you got to cover? This should be available to you on day 1 or maybe day 2, but as soon as possible. If you don't see it on your course page, I highly encourage you to please, 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 please ask your teacher for it, because they're supposed to give it to you, okay? So make sure you have a copy of this for your records, and if you don't have it, make sure you get it. Tell them Mark said you're supposed to give this to me, and if they have a problem, talk to Mark about it, but yes, I will make sure, please, 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 that you have this document, okay? Okay, I'm out of things to say. Normally, I would ask if you have any questions. It's kind of harder in the atrium, but does anyone have any questions about the stuff that they say? No? No? Okay, all right, okay. Now, I think we have another presenter coming up for another few minutes talking about clubs, right? Are my club people here? Clubs? No clubs? No? Oh my God. Okay, so normally there was some club people, but I guess they're not around. Okay, so with that being said, I think that we can close off here. The time is now 11:13. Are we on time? How many? 1-5? Okay, that was the club part. Okay, so yeah, if there are no clubs, I just want to say thanks for listening to me for all of this stuff that you have, you heard. I'm sure that, my voice might be hard to listen to at this point because you've heard me talking for so long, but just remember there's another session on academic integrity. Really, really cool. I'm doing it, and it's going to be really fun. It's going to be later today. You'll see it on your calendars, and I would love it if you're there because you got to learn all of this stuff, and and it's not fun to get caught for academic integrity. So it's good to know how to avoid me, how to never see me again. Okay. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you very much, and welcome to the college, and I'll see you later today, I guess, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you later. Okay. Good.
Thank you, Mark. So our next session is Director's Welcome. So I would ask all of you to remain in your seat, and let's wait till other students join us as well. So from 11:30 to 11:45, we have the Director's Welcome, and after that, you will get your break. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, students. So we just have the wonderful Michael Varakis here, the college director, just to say a few words to you, okay? So just give him a round of applause, please, for the director. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. It's great to have you here. My name is Michael Varakis, and I've been watching the proceedings, and thank you to our staff who have been doing a great job here. I've been watching it on YouTube Live, so you can follow along and see what's going on. It's great to have you here. Welcome. Let me tell you, we started with humble beginnings. In summer of 2011, we started with 30 students in one program. Now we have over 6,600 students from 35 different countries, in 21 programs, and over 24,000 graduates since that summer of 2011. We're across 3 buildings. We've got 80 classrooms and labs. We've got a great facility for you. More importantly, we've got a great team, okay, that are here to help you validate the decision you made to come to Canada. You've done a lot to come here, okay? You've come from thousands of kilometers away to this cold country we call Canada, but it's a great country. It's one of the top 8 countries in the world. And when I say cold, you haven't seen the snow yet. We've had a wonderful December. It's been warmer than usual, and hopefully we don't have a crazy winter here with the snow and all that. Now, there are people who love it, like my boss, and they do skiing and snowboarding and all these things. Now, where are you from? I know there's students up front here I met from Colombia and from India. Where else? Brazil. I love Curitiba. I've been there. Florianopolis, beautiful. Yeah. Porto Alegre, very nice. Love our Brazilian students. Love our Indian students, Colombian students. Where else do we have students from? Venezuela? Feliz Año Nuevo. Happy New Year. Where else? Nepal. We have a lot of students right now from Nepal. Welcome, and it's great to have you here. Beautiful, beautiful country. Okay, where else? Nigeria, welcome. We're starting to get more Nigerian students. We had a lot a few years ago. Now it's starting to come back. So welcome, Nigeria. Beautiful. Love to visit your country. And where else? Where do we have students from? Iran. Welcome. Okay, we're getting more and more Iranian students. Welcome. Where else? Philippines. Lots of students from the Philippines. So thank you very, very much for being here. And Philippines and Nepal is a market that we never really had a few years ago. And we're getting more and more students from that area. So welcome. We love our Filipino students. Okay, where else? That's it? Where else? Sri Lanka, welcome. We're getting students from Sri Lanka. Okay, welcome, welcome. Now, our greatest percentage of students are from India, and I want to know which area in India. Where? Punjab, okay. Where else? Kerala, I heard that. Okay, okay, Hyderabad. Where else? Gujarat. Okay, where else? Haryana? Haryana. Okay, welcome. Where else? I haven't heard that. Say it again. This is too hard for me.
Karnataka.
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 Okay, where is that in India? Where? South India. Okay. First time I've heard that. Very nice. Welcome. Where else? Santa, I gotta hear that one. Yeah, yeah. You gotta say it a little slower so I can catch it. Himanchan. Where's that? Northern India? Does it snow there? Okay. I was in the line at Tim Hortons back a few semesters ago, and it was snowing, and I said to students, wow, I bet you it's the first time you've seen snow from India. He goes, no, 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 no. We see more snow. Because he had mentioned an area, I don't think it was that area that you meant, but it was in northern India, and he said they have lots of snow, so welcome. Where else in India? That's it? Okay. If I haven't mentioned your area, make sure that you bring it up so we recognize the students and where they're from in India. Welcome to Lambton College. We've got lots and lots of things in store for you. You're going to be here for 2 years. So what you're going to do, you're starting now in January 2024. You're going to do your second semester in summer 2024. Then you're going to be on break in fall 2024. Third semester is winter 2025. And you're going to graduate, most of you are going to graduate, by the end of August 2025. What happens? When you graduate, you're going to be finished by mid-August, and by third week of September, you're going to have your graduation documents. You apply for your postgraduate work permit, and you'll get a 3-year PGWP. I say most of you. Our graduation rate is over 93%, so most students follow their program map, and that's what you need to do. You've got your program map, what I just described to you, and you follow that, your chances of getting your PGWP when you graduate are very, very good. Now, there are a few students that don't follow their program map, and bad things happen to good people, and sometimes there's a medical issue or a personal issue. Please approach us. Please approach our Student Services Department, and we can look at your situation. It may qualify for an authorized leave. This way, we tell IRCC that you are following your program map, but because of an extraordinary condition, we've got to make an exception, okay? So make sure you communicate with us all the time. So you are faced with two things. Not only are you a student, but you're a temporary resident with a study permit. So IRCC is also, looking at you. The college is looking at you and trying to help you to graduate, but also IRCC is making sure that you're following the path. What happens is that if students don't show up for that semester, they need to be reported to IRCC. So that's why it's very, very important to be able to stay in touch with us at all times, okay? Because we see situations that happen, and like I said, bad things happen to good people. There are things that come up. Just approach us at Student Services and we can help you. Our team here is wonderful. We've got over 260 instructors and staff and administrators that are here to support you and help you with anything that you ask for, okay? Now, we can't do your homework. We can't write your tests. We can't do your assignments. That's the work that you have to do yourself. But never think that there's something out there that we haven't heard of before, we haven't seen before. We're here to assist you in everything, every way possible, okay? Your success is our success. That's why Lambton College in Toronto has the highest visa approval rate of any college in Ontario. If you write down Lambton College in Toronto that you're going to, it far surpasses Centennial and George Brown and all these other places because we've got great students. We've got a great college and we do some wonderful things. And our students have done some wonderful things. Who's on LinkedIn? Who's on LinkedIn? Okay, awesome. I want you to invite me to LinkedIn, and if I see that you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. You're going to see over 12,000 students, graduates, employers, instructors, educators that are on my site. And I want you to reach out to them and ask them about Lambton College in Toronto. Find out how people who graduated from here and look at the success stories that are out there. There are many, okay? So this is your first step into networking. You're going to learn a lot of the hard skills and a lot of the soft skills here in your program. But the networking part, you have to start doing that yourself. So you need to reach out to people and ask them, hey, you went to Lambton College. You finished the supply chain management program. How did you do it? How did you become a supervisor or district manager in in the company that you work for? Reach out to people and ask them about the truth of how they came through not only this college, but the trials and tribulations that they went through trying to be the success that they are, and ask them. Because people love two things. People love to hear their name, and the second thing people love is to be asked their opinion. Hi, John. How are you? How did you become such a success after you finished Lambton College? I'm from your country too. Whatever you want to say. Individuals will open up and they'll talk to you. And you need to start that networking as soon as possible, because what we want for all of you is to do your co-op, to get an experiential learning opportunity that can meet the goals of your program, which will help you get your permanent residency. Because students are here for three reasons. Number one, to get a 2-year diploma, which gives them a 3-year postgraduate work permit. Number two, get a job related to their program of studies. And number three, get their permanent residency, okay? So, who's on that program? Okay, 12 people? That's it? Who's on that program? Okay, I still see some people. You guys aren't on that program? Nobody wants their permanent residency? Nobody wants their postgraduate work permit? What are you guys here for? Does everybody want that? We know that, okay? And that's why we're here to help you. And that's why there are a lot of resources here, not only at the college, but in the community, because there are over 900,000 international students in Canada, okay, this year. The government of Canada has invested a significant amount of money into these resources. So if you need help in a certain area, don't fall for something that students say sometimes, oh, it's only for Canadians. It doesn't apply to international students. Look at North York Community House. It's a costly organization. They have been providing services to new Canadians for the past 50 years. So there's lots of resources here to help you. But the mother only feeds the baby that cries. If you don't put your hand up and say something, everyone thinks it's fine. How's everyone doing? Everyone says, great. Okay, we think it's great. So if you need something, you're at a situation, please, please reach out to any one of us, including myself. We're going to do everything in our power to assist you, okay? We believe in our students. We believe in our college. We believe in these staff that work tirelessly to make sure that your experience is the best possible. Again, we can't do your homework. You've got to do that. Reach out to us with anything that you need. We're available to assist you. On behalf of everyone that works here, on behalf of everyone that's made this orientation a success and has made this college a success, welcome to Lambton College in Toronto. I look forward to meeting you in person and being able to say exactly where you're from and your name and pronounce it properly. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Thank you, Michael. I told you he was awesome. He's awesome, eh? He is fantastic. Okay, just a couple little housekeeping things. So you do have a bit of a break now from 11:45 until 12:15, and then 12:15 you'll either be here for student wellness and immigration support, or in the Will Room for academic integrity and student success. If you would just put the QR code up for us. Don't forget that there are prizes. Make sure you scan the QR code, come back here for the Kahoot at the end of the day, and also there will be a draw at the end of the day too with anyone who has put their name in through the QR code. So pay attention. It'll give you the greatest opportunity for a prize at the end of the day. And enjoy your break. Is there anything else that you want to mention, Caroline?
Thank you, Shauna. So the snacks will be, if you just, after we commence here, you're just going to get up, you're going to go past the stairs, you're just going to make a quick left, go down the stairs. It's near room 132 and 133. That's where you'll be able to get your snacks, okay? So enjoy your break, and thank you guys for everything. I know you guys are probably hot in your winter coats, right? All right, take a break, and we'll see you back, okay? Enjoy. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Did you guys enjoy your break? Yes, it was a good break? Awesome, okay. So our next session will be with our lovely Janice about student wellness. And following that, we'll have Zoe from Immigration presenting. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. As Caroline mentioned, my name is Janice. I am the mental health and wellness counselor at the college. So before I get into it, with a show of hands, how many of you here know what mental health is or have talked about it? Okay. I see very few hands, but that's okay. We're going to go more into detail about it right now. So mental health is a part of everyone. It's something to look after. It's real and can be complex and challenging to understand. It's really important, and it's something that can be changed. What it isn't is a sign of weakness. It's not all in your head. It's not something that, you can just snap out of. It's not always a negative thing, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So as I had mentioned earlier, my name is Janice D'Souza. I am the mental health and wellness counselor. My office is in the reception area at building 271. It's just in the main area. As well as under student services, there is my wellness Moodle page, so you can schedule a one-on-one appointment with me as well through Calendly. It's pretty straightforward. But if any of you ever just want to pop in and just say hi, introduce yourselves, that's completely okay with me as well. So I aim to promote safe space and open conversation. I empower people to share their stories. I encourage you to seek help without fear of judgment. I believe in self-care, and I promote empathy. So we do have other mental health certified members at the college. Those are a few of them up there with their email addresses. This can also be found on the Moodle page, so it's not just me. You can also reach out to others at any point of time. So what's currently happening at the college to address mental health and wellness? So every Tuesday, I call it Tune In Tuesdays. On my Moodle page, you'll see just general information or fun posts about mental health and wellness, some strategies that you could use, or just things that are going on. Wellness Wednesdays, so every Wednesday at 3 p.m., we take a 20-minute walk outside. If it's too cold or the weather doesn't prohibit it, we walk inside or we just do some stretches. The point is just to get students moving throughout the week. Mindful Fridays, so every Friday at 3 p.m., we do engage in mindfulness practices. We often do breathing exercises, just some activities to really, wrap up the week because it will be busy once you guys get started. Talking Circle is usually our bi-weekly group therapy sessions or conversations. Myself, along with some staff and students, get together. We talk about any topics that you guys might want to talk about, any challenging conversations, because you're not alone in this. There's many of you that may feel the same way. And then we end off with brief fun activities. And then lastly, as I mentioned, we do have on-site and virtual counseling. not to scare anyone, I know counseling, therapy, it all sounds scary. Sometimes you can consider it as having a one-on-one conversation with me, and it's pretty much just scheduling one-on-one time. It's private, confidential, just so you all know. So, self-care. I know it sounds pretty straightforward, but you'd be surprised that a lot of us don't do it. I highly recommend that as you all start this new school year, you do dedicate time for yourselves because it is going to get busy. So self-care is pretty much the mindset, activities, practices, and habits that we often use to cope with stress, unhappiness, illnesses, depression, and many more negative emotions or thoughts. Some ideas of good self-care is sleeping and eating well. So making sure you guys get that good 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day, eat your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I know it's hard sometimes with cooking and all of that, but at least try to have some snacks. Mindfulness, as I mentioned earlier, exercise or physical activity. I know going to the gym can be a mission sometimes, but even if you take a quick 20-minute outdoor walk, that's good enough. Eat your favorite food or just watch your favorite movie. You know, dedicate 30 minutes to an hour each day just to do something for yourself. Go out with family, friends, art, listening to music, read a book, maybe even listen to podcasts if you guys are interested in that. Take a warm bath. It's as simple as that. And lastly, our favorite, take time off social media. I know this is a challenging one, but I do challenge all of you to at least take 30 minutes a day off social media, preferably before bed. So, taboo and stigma. Why am I talking about this with mental health? Because mental health is a scary word and it's not as openly discussed yet because of these reasons. What is a taboo? A taboo is a social or religious custom prohibiting or forbidding discussion of a particular practice or just forbidding association with someone, a place, or a thing because people don't agree with it. Stigma is a negative attitude or idea about a mental, physical, or social feature of a person or group of people that involves social disapproval. This issue is a big concern for people with mental health issues and conditions within society. So once again, I know I keep repeating this, but you guys are not alone. There is supports on campus for all of you. Just don't be embarrassed because it is very normal to feel any feelings. Okay, so my next topic that I'm going to be moving on to is bullying. You might be wondering why I'm talking about bullying with mental health. There is a correlation, and bullying does take place. There are four main types of bullying that can occur. So verbal bullying, it's saying or writing mean things. This can be teasing, name calling, inappropriate sexual comments, taunting, or threatening to cause harm. Social bullying, also referred to as relational bullying, involves hurting someone's reputation or relationships. So leaving someone out on purpose, telling other people not to be friends with someone or speak to them, spreading rumors about someone, or embarrassing someone in public. Physical bullying is pretty straightforward. It's hurting someone's body or their things, so hitting, kicking, pinching, spitting, tripping, pushing, taking or breaking someone's things, or just making mean or rude hand gestures. Lastly, cyberbullying is very, very common, and it's bullying with the use of digital technology. So once again, social media, messaging platforms, gaming platforms. It's used to spread lies about or post embarrassing photos or videos of someone on social media, either sending hurtful, abusive, or threatening messages, images, or videos via messaging platforms, for example, WhatsApp, impersonating someone and sending mean messages to others on their behalf or through fake accounts. We've had a lot of times where people have created fake Instagram accounts to say hurtful things to others, so it's not okay. We do take bullying very seriously, and it is in our policies as well. Something that's not up there, but part of it is also a lot of times we speak in our own languages, especially in classroom settings. Now, say you're in a group and there's just one person that doesn't speak the same language, they can perceive that as bullying because they have no idea what you're saying. So if you're laughing but it has nothing to do with them, they can still take that very personally. So try to put yourself in someone else's shoes anytime you do something. So bullying does have an impact on one's mental health. It can increase substance use like alcohol, drugs, or suicide. Bottom line is you never know what's happening in someone's life outside of day-to-day college life. Additional impacts is depression and anxiety, increased feelings of sadness and loneliness, changes in sleep and eating patterns, loss of interest in activities that someone used to enjoy, and decreased attendance and academic achievement. Sexual harassment is taken very, very seriously as well, and this is a sensitive topic. Verbal forms are sexual jokes or rumors, name calling, threats, harassing phone calls, or pressuring someone into sexual acts. Nonverbal is the display of sexual pictures or photos, obscene gestures, body language, whistling, or catcalling. Written is sexual graffiti, notes, emails, using Facebook or other social media platforms. And lastly, physical, forced sexual conduct through the forms of grabbing, pinching, fondling, cornering, and many more. Likewise, sexual assault also can have negative impacts on one's physical and mental health. Some common psychological outcomes include post-traumatic stress disorder, which causes memories, flashbacks, nightmares, and emotional distress, depression, which can affect mood, motivation, and self-esteem, anxiety causing nervousness, fear, and panic. Substance abuse, once again, is used as a coping mechanism or a way to escape from reality. And lastly, suicidal ideation and self-harm, which indicates a loss of hope and a desire to end the pain. Once again, you don't know what can be triggering for someone, so just every day when you come in, treat others the way you want to be treated. So a lot of times students do hesitate to disclose when they've dealt with any of that for these reasons. They don't want others to know because it does come with shame and guilt. They fear that there's no proof or fear of not being believed. Fear of retaliation. So pretty much they fear that if they complain about that person, they may come back and do something worse to them. Being unsure of whether what happened is defined as assault, that's very common as well, but speak to someone, ask questions if you aren't clear about it or you just want to talk to someone. So not knowing how or who to report to, fear of being treated poorly or differently, lack of support, unaware of options or resources, their relationship to the perpetrator, or fear of getting involved with the criminal justice system. I've had students in the past ask me, will this affect my studies or status in Canada? The short answer is no, because this is about your safety, and if you are at harm or need to speak to someone, please don't hesitate to reach out. Once again, that is what I am here for. Whether I can support you or I need to make referrals elsewhere or you just need someone to listen to you, that is essentially what I am here for. Some additional mental health and wellness resources. So if I can't always support you to the best of my ability, I will make outside referrals to community services. GuardMe is the international insurance that you all have. So there is many, like social workers, psychotherapists, medical professionals, all covered under that. For more information, I believe at the end of the week, there is a presentation on GuardMe. We have on-campus wellness counseling and activities. Venti is our AI-powered mental health companion. So that is AI, but it is useful for low-risk situations if you just want strategies, say, like outside of office hours. And Sano is our charity organization focused on international students that we work closely with as well. So just something to stay tuned for in February is an expressive arts talent show. I'm sure all of you have talent out here. So I'd encourage you guys, once we have the Google Forms up, if there's any way that you like to express yourself, please feel free to sign up. If you're shy or don't want to participate, you can also just come out and watch. And we do have a mental health and wellness WhatsApp group. We created this last term. Right now we have about 40 members. It's myself, some staff, and a bunch of students as well. And pretty much it's used to just foster community, and we all, you know, like I said, we discuss challenging topics. We get together bi-weekly just to hang out. So it does promote inclusiveness. I will put this up here for a few minutes if anyone wants to scan the QR code. If you don't get a chance today, like I said, you can, it's also outside my office door. You can scan it then as well. Lastly, just some quotes up here. Once again, your mental health does matter. I want all of you to know that this is a safe space and we are all here to support you. Thank you guys so much for listening. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, I don't see any hands, so thank you.
Thank you, Janice, so much for your presentation. It was great. And next, we'll have immigration support. So we have Zoe, our lovely immigration consultant next. Just give her a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Nice meeting you here. My name is Zoe. I work for the immigration service at the college. So in this session of our international orientation, we are going to go through some important information about how to maintain your immigration status in Canada and how to understand your student immigration status here. So I will start by introduce the immigration service of the college first. So our team consists of regulated Canadian immigration consultant, which is me, and we also have regulated student service, immigration advisors. So our team is available by appointment and by drop-in. So the office hour of me is every Monday from 9 to 5. So if you have any questions regarding immigration and you want to talk in person, just come to the office. My office is here at 271 Yorkland Boulevard. And if you want a virtual meeting or if you just want to simply ask several questions, you can also email me at immigrationaccess.college.com. Please provide your background information and your personal information for me to better assist you so that I will be able to reply to your message within several business days. And you can find immigration about the department, the college's immigration service on Moodle page. And although we cannot do the application for you, we're very happy to provide you with the information and guidance regarding your permits, your entry visa, your status document. If you lose your status in Canada, we will be able to help you restore it. And if your documents are lost or get destroyed, we will be able to tell you what to do next to get a new document. Also, we will be able to provide you with information of Canadians permanent residency program if you are interested in them. And we will be able to give you information on IRCC's updates and new regulations. So in this session, we're going to go through some important questions to make sure you can answer them at the end of this session. Those questions include, what are your important immigration documents, and what can you do to understand them, and do you know what is required to keep your status in Canada, and do you know what options you have for work, and do you know what will happen after graduation, what you can do after graduation. So hopefully, at the end of this session, you will have a clearer understanding of your immigration status in Canada. I will begin with understanding your immigration documents. You have several documents that are important, and each one of them have different details on them. And we are going to go over these documents one by one, and I'm going to point out each of the things that you need to look for and you need to be aware of, and also actions you may need to take while you're studying here in Canada. The first one is your passport. This may be the most important document for you. This is the travel document, this is the identity document. If you do not have a passport, you cannot apply for immigration documents. You cannot apply for identity documents. For example, if you want to apply for a driver's license in Canada, if you don't have a passport, you cannot do that. And if your passport expires, you will not be able to renew all your documents, and you will not be able to travel internationally. So it is very important to keep your passport safe and valid for all the time you are in Canada. If you want to travel across the border, please make sure you have a passport that is valid at least 6 months. If your passport is going to expire, you can renew your passport here in Canada. Just contact your embassy here and you will be able to do that. But please do it as soon as possible because you need a passport for everything. And then we have temporary residence visa or ETA. You will have either one of the document based on the country of citizenship. This document is your entry document. So basically, you use that document for travel. And then we have the study permit. That is a letter-sized paper you get from the airport. You get from the port of entry. That is the status document that allows you to legally study in Canada. And then for most of our students, if you have the co-op term, you should have a co-op work permit. So that work permit will allow you to work full-time during your co-op term. So let's take a look at those documents one by one. The temporary resident visa. A sample of the visa looks like this. You will find some personal information, the start date, and the expiry date on the document. And the first thing you will need to do is to check the expiry date. When you apply for your first study permit, if you need a TRV to come into Canada, you do not need to apply separately for this visa. You will be issued this visa first. The visa office just asks for your passport and they put a stamp on your passport and you are allowed to travel to Canada with that visa. But if your study permit, just to check the expiry date of the visa, because normally the expiry date of your visa is the same as the expiry date of your study permit. Usually it's issued at the same duration, but some students may face a different situation, and if you have a question about it, please visit us or send me an email about it. Because you waited so long for this first visa, some students may think this is the most important document. This document allows you to stay in Canada. This is a very common misconception. The visa is just the travel document. Just think it as a key to your house. So you need that key to enter your house, and if you leave the house, if you leave Canada, you need that key to re-enter. But if you remain in Canada, you don't need that key. So if you stay in Canada and you don't leave the country, your TRV expires, it's totally okay. You can still stay in Canada. And then the study permit. That is the status document that defines you as an eligible international student here in Canada. So on the study permit, you will see a lot of information. The first thing you will see is on top right, you will see the UCI. The UCI is the unique client identifier. That number will follow you until you apply for PR, until you apply for citizenship. So in all your future application, you are going to need that number. And you will see the personal information section. You will see your first name, your family name, your date of birth, your country of origin. Please make sure all the information is correct and accurate. If there's something wrong, for example, there's a typo in your name, you will need to contact RCC and have it changed. And the second section will be the information about your program. You will see the issue date and the expiry date of your study permit, and you will see your institution name and the field of study. But the thing here is the institution name doesn't really matter. It can be Lambton College. It can be any institution in Ontario, or sometimes it's left blank. It's totally okay. In the field of study here, many of you will find that it's different than the actual program of study. It's okay. You do not need to change the study permit. Your study permit is still valid and you can use it. And then your study permit has some condition on it. You can read it on condition and remarks. So some of you may see a condition about accepting employment. That means you may be able to work as an international student here. So read those conditions carefully, respect those conditions. If you do not have the employment condition on your study permit, you can contact IRCC and have those conditions added. So about maintain your status in Canada. So as a study permit holder, it is very important and it is your responsibility to keep a legal status. So the first thing you will need to do is please check your expiry date on your study permit. Make sure your study permit is valid until you finish your program. If your study permit expired before you complete your program, you will need to extend it. Do not let it expire. That means you will lose your status and you may need to stop studying and working and you may need to leave Canada. And also, as a study permit holder, you must actively pursue study. So as an international student, the top priority here in Canada is always study. Yes, you can work, yes, you can find other opportunities, but the most important thing for you is always studying. So what is actively pursuing study? So you are required to register with a designated learning institution, and you must study full-time. You must make efforts towards the completion of your program. And if you need to have a break during your study, and please be reminded that the longest time you do not study is 150 days, so 5 months. So for some student, maybe something happens during your study. For example, you need to take a break because of a medical reason, because of a family emergency. Before you make those kind of decisions, before you decided to stop studying, please consult with school director or talk with the immigration consultant because there will be consequences. And those consequences may not be fixable. So before you stop studying, always consult with a professional to see what is going to happen after that. Okay, co-op work permit. If you have the essential co-op or internship in your study program, you will need to apply for a co-op work permit. So some of you may already get it at the airport, but some of you, although you have that co-op placement, you didn't get it at the airport. It's totally okay. You can apply online. The application is free of charge, but I would suggest you do it as soon as possible or at least 6 or 8 months ahead of time before your first co-op term starts. And you will also need to check the expiry date of your co-op work permit. Usually the expiration date of co-op work permit is the same as the expiration date of study permit. So if you need to extend your study permit, normally it means you will need to extend your co-op work permit at the same time. Okay, let's take a look at this co-op work permit. You will see the employer here is Lambton College, or some of you, you will see it's left blank. It's totally okay. If the employer here is Lambton College, it means that you can work for any employer that is approved by Lambton College's co-op program. And the working location can be Toronto, can be Sarnia, can be anywhere. So as long as your co-op employer is approved by the college, you will be able to work for them. Okay. And those important documents, I would suggest that you take copy of those documents and put a copy at a different location from the original document so that you always have a document with you. And if your document is missing, it's stolen, it's destroyed, you will need to contact RCC to replace the document. And if there's anything wrong, or if you need a condition added to your study permit or work permit, you will need to contact RCC to amend the documents. And the amendment and the replacement can take up to 10 weeks. So if check your study permit, check your work permit today. If you see something's wrong, apply for an amendment today. Okay, something about working in Canada. As a study permit holder, you may be allowed to work in Canada. But before you accept a job position, always check whether you have the work authorization or not. You need certain requirements to work. So there are different kinds of work. For example, on-campus work. So on-campus work meaning that you work for the college, your employer is the college. So to be eligible for on-campus work, you must have a valid study permit. You must be a full-time student. Your study permit must contain that work employment condition, and you must have a social insurance number to do that. And for off-campus work, meaning that you work for employers outside of the campus, you will need to meet certain requirements as well, and I posted on the slides. And if you want to work for your co-op employer, you need a co-op work permit. And after graduation, you will be able to work in Canada with a post-graduation work permit. We will discuss this later. Okay, then the question will be, how many hours can you work? So a lot of you are very familiar with this. So if you want to work on campus, you can work full-time. If you want to work off campus, normally you can work up to 20 hours during regular school terms. But now we have this temporary policy by RCC. That is, if you meet a certain requirement, you will be able to work full-time until April 30th, 2024, or the expiration date of your study permit. So that means if you are eligible, you can work full-time on campus or off campus until April this year. And during the scheduled break, you will be able to work full-time. So for example, if you are in your reading week, if you are in your summer vacation or winter holiday, you'll be able to work full-time. You can check your program map for the information about scheduled breaks. And during authorized breaks, you cannot work. Authorized breaks is that in addition to the scheduled break, you ask the college to give you additional breaks. So if you are approved to have like an additional break, during that break, you cannot work. And one thing to mention here, the full time here. Some students will ask, does that mean 30 hours? Does that mean 40 hours? The answer is there is no restriction on the working hours. So technically speaking, you can work as many as you want, as long as legal. But again, as an international student, the priority should be studying. So please prioritize your study and balance your work and study. And work after graduation. Many of you may know that if you complete the program at the college successfully, you will be able to apply for a post-graduation work permit. That will be an open work permit and that will valid up to 3 years. But to apply this after graduation, you must be a full-time student. So if you are planning to stay in Canada after graduation and find a job, find further opportunities here, please study full-time and follow the program map and complete your program as it's supposed to be. Okay, immigration compliance. So who is involved in your status? There are a department called IRCC, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. This is the department that issues your permits, your visa. This is the department that processes your application. So almost all the applications regarding immigration can be issued on this website. And here is a QR code to that website. And who else is involved in your status? It is you. As an international student, you are the one who are responsible for your own status. So please make sure you always have a valid status here. You do not violate any regulations. If you violate the regulations, there will be some consequences. And first, what will cause a violation? So for example, as an international student, you fail to attend class, or you failed to pay tuition so that you won't be able to register at the college, or you have academic suspicion. And there are other reasons, like you take a gap from your college and it is unauthorized leave. So those are all examples of violation. And if you have that violation, you may lose your status in Canada. If you lose your status, you will need to stop studying, you will need to stop working, you will need to depart Canada, and some of you may be able to apply to restore your status, but that will cost you a lot of time and additional fees, and the restoration is not guaranteed. So it's very important to get your information from IRCC website. This is the official website. It will give you the most accurate and up-to-date information regarding immigration. And if you have any questions or if you need any advice, please get those from licensed consultants or advisors. Your family or your friends are not good source of information because the immigration laws, immigration regulations can change. To sum up, so as an international student, what you will need to do is you will need to study full-time, you will need to make continuous progress to the completion of your program, and you never work without authorization. You must keep all your immigration documents, and you need to make sure your documents are up to date and 100% accurate. And if you have any questions, consult with the college before you make any decisions, before you change your study program or you transfer to another school. So before those important decisions, talk to the college. Okay, that's pretty much it. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, yeah. So, okay, I will repeat your question. You received a study permit and a work permit at the airport, but on your work permit, it doesn't say co-op work permit. So it's very normal. Let's take a look. Okay, this is a sample of co-op work permit. You will not see like it's titled as co-op, but you will see something like the work forming an essential part of the course here. If you see this, and if you see the employer as Lambton College, it means it is a co-op work permit, and you can use it. Yeah, no problem. Okay, yeah, hi. Yeah. Okay, great question. So if you want to change your study program, if you want to transfer to another college, you will need to notify IRCC, but technically speaking, you do not need to apply for a new study permit. Your study permit, if the level is the same, if you transfer from a college to a college or college to university, you do not need to change that. You can still use your current one. Yeah, no problem. Okay, any questions? Oh, hi. Yeah. Okay, sometimes IRCC makes mistakes. So what you can do is you contact IRCC, you can send them the document, and you can have them amend it for you. And it's free of charge. If you have that question, just send me the email. I will send you the guidance on how to do that. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mhm. Okay, no, great question. So in the occupation here on your co-op work permit, it can be student, it can be open, it can be to be determined, it can be left blank. It's all okay because your co-op work permit is a partially open work permit, meaning that if it's a co-op employer, you can work for any positions. Okay? Okay, I don't see any raising hands today. Okay, so thank you. If you have further questions, email me or visit me in the office. Okay.
Thank you so much, Zoe. So we're just gonna take a quick break, okay? If you guys can come back at 1:30, we'll have academic integrity and student success here. Since you've seen this session already, you can proceed to the will room, which is just upstairs. But we'll take a quick break and we'll be back at 1:30, okay? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Did you guys enjoy the break? Was good? Okay. So we now have our beautiful colleagues from the tutoring center here. So they'll just be presenting for you. And then after that, it will be academic integrity and student success. And then we'll follow up with a little break. Just after we're done, there is a QR code. If you guys can scan it just to win prizes, because we'll raffle that around 4 o'clock, okay? So here's the tutoring center.
Hello, am I audible enough? Okay, that's great. So my name is Pranav, okay? So I don't know if she already told you my name, okay? It's me, Pranav, and that's Sahil, and we have Sakshi, and we are part of the tutoring center team. So first of all, guys, welcome to Lambton, okay? It's amazing seeing all of you. So orientation time is very, very, very special for us. We really look forward to this time because we all see fresh faces, right? It's wonderful to see people with new hopes and dreams. And before we begin, the moment you guys left your country, came to this country to start a new life, you guys are already winning. So give yourself a big round of applause. It's amazing, guys. It's amazing. So let's start on that positive note, okay? And to talk about our academic success support program, all right. I'm not gonna read from that. You guys will receive all these later on. You guys can read it. But I'm gonna give you a very simple overview, right? You guys are here, you guys are going to start a new program. Some of you might be already, you might know what you're going to study, right? But some of you might not. Some of you, for some of you, it's going to be a brand new program, a brand new programming language. It might be a brand new concept altogether. And it might be something that you're struggling with at some point during your course, okay? And we at the tutoring center, our main goal is to make you guys comfortable throughout this journey, okay? To provide you with support, to provide you with resources, some way or the other, okay? So at any point during your course, if you have any difficulties, it is this team that you come to, okay? So making that clear, let's move on to the next thing. So we have a whole suite of resources. It is not just, extra help. We have, as you can see, all these. I'm not going to bore you guys with reading it out. We'll go through it little by little, okay? All right. So academic clubs. This is something that you guys should be excited about. And this is something that I want to see every single face here take part in, okay? Because this is going to really enhance your whole college experience, because we have a lot of clubs which might be relevant to the groups that the courses that you belong to, right? So in the academic club rooms, when you go there after this, you'll see a lot of rooms with posters there, so you can read up which program you're from and which clubs correspond to it. You are free to join any clubs that you want, okay? But if you join clubs that are relevant to your program, it would be a lot more beneficial to you. Okay. So club activities and things like that, we'll talk further. Okay. PM Guild is Project Management Guild. As you can understand, it's for project management students. Okay. Then we have SCMT Guild, which is for supply chain management. Right. Brazil-Canada Club. So it's a club that is going to work with other associations, so we'll get to associations next. We do work with a lot of associations to make events happen in this college, right? Toastmasters Club. This is something we are going to start this semester, so you guys are in for a treat. Have you guys heard of Toastmasters Club? All right, so it's a worldwide organization, and what they essentially do is help you improve your public speaking, right, to help you improve your language. So if I ask one of you to come here and talk, you might feel shy, right? I'm shy. To be honest, I'm shy. Like right now, my chest is beating, okay? But the thing is, you overcome that fear. You come here, you talk like nobody else is watching. That's what Toastmasters is for. And I would like to see you guys take part in that as well. It is open to all programs. Any one of you can join. The next thing is ASQ student chapter. It's for FSQT students and QEMT students. But you guys might have certifications in ASQ that would be very relevant to your programs. So here in Canada, certifications are extremely useful. So all these clubs, they have a huge catalog of certifications that you can refer to, right? You can do the certifications while you're studying, after you're studying, or you can at least get help preparing for it, right? So that is something that you guys should really look forward to. Business caucus clubs, any of the business programs, you guys can hit Business Caucus Club up. They'll be able to really get you into a lot of wonderful activities. And Google Developer Students Club is for anything related to computer programming. Okay, they have a lot of hackathons. They have so many events here. It is really nice. You guys will see soon, okay? And these are the associations we work with. Ladlian is for women. They have an organization which caters to women who need support with various issues, mental issues, physical issues, a lot of things. It's a beautiful organization. They come here, they help they have helped a lot of people here, and at any point in time, if you guys feel like you need help, all these associations here, we have wonderful contact with them, and you guys don't be afraid, right? Just come to us, talk to us, and have that line of communication open so that you can benefit from this as well, right? And we have Habitat for Humanity, which you can be volunteers, okay? So what Habitat for Humanity does is they build homes for people who are not fortunate, right? So you guys go there and you help them, right? There will be people from all around Canada pitching in just to give a lending hand, okay? It is a very rewarding thing, okay? So you guys might like it. And then we have North York Community House. All these are associations, like I said, guys, we do have so many connections here that you guys should really try to build with, okay? Here in Canada, having connections is a wonderful plus, okay? That is what is going to get you, because once you're done with the course here and you go out, this time you need to use it to build these connections, okay? So when you're going out from here, you should have a huge catalog of your own connections that you know that once you step out of here, you know what you're going to do, right? And we are going to give you everything that we possibly can to build those connections, okay? LinkedIn Learning, talking about connections. So how many of you here are on LinkedIn? That's wonderful to see. That's really wonderful, because you guys should really use LinkedIn and add our director on LinkedIn, because he has thousands of connections with a lot of people here in Canada, with a lot of employers, a lot of employees, a lot of alumni, okay? And you can get connected to them, okay? And LinkedIn Learning. So LinkedIn Learning, guys, it is actually a subscription. You guys might know it is pretty expensive, but it is absolutely free for all of you guys. Once you're done, you can scan the QR code right now if you want, or you can use the link. All these links will be provided to you guys, okay? It will be on your Moodle, and it will also be sent to you as an email, so you guys can always have access to this. And at any time, if you have any doubts, you can walk into the tutoring center and we'll help you guys, okay? And we have some wonderful awards to showcase. We were the winners of the LinkedIn Learning Champion winners. We were the winners for that, and the Academy Award. What this means is that we have the most number of students enrolled on LinkedIn, number of people using LinkedIn actively, okay? And you guys should be one of that too, okay? And another exciting news about LinkedIn is that we are going to have LinkedIn Campus Ambassadors. So you guys will be doing what I'm doing now, advertising LinkedIn. And it is not just that, it's going to be a lot more engaging. It is going to be a lot more entertaining because they'll be in contact with you. You'll be building connections with people at LinkedIn. So keep an eye out on Moodle. We'll be releasing that soon. Mentorship program, we have something called 10,000 Coffees. So this is something that you can connect with your alumni, right? So you might be doing a course and you might want to do a job, something that you've been aspiring to do for a long time. And what 10,000 Coffees helps you do is, you can find one of your alumni maybe doing something similar, right? Or maybe the exact same job that you want to do in the company that you are willing to go to, right? And you can hit them up, ask them how to get there, or what is the pathway that they followed, or maybe they might even refer you, right? So this is a very nice tool if you want somebody to mentor you, okay? And apart from 10,000 Coffees, if you think that you personally need mentoring, you can always email mentoring@sestercollege.com and we'll find some resources for you, okay? Workshops and speaker series. So like I said, guys, we have clubs and the associations we work with, and what we achieve with that are multitude of events, right? And these are just some of it. We have some workshops like APA workshops, Java workshops. All these are for people, it's a lot coding based. But other than this, for example, we have RBC bus tours, right? So what program are you guys from? Go on, tell me. Supply chain. So we have Habitat for Humanity, things like that, right? So SCMT Guild does conduct a lot of events here in the college. So you guys can take part in that. You can keep an eye out on Moodle because we keep posting a lot of events. And AI, we have a lot of events explaining trends in AI, right? Because all of you are using ChatGPT, right? How many of you are using ChatGPT? Okay, so the next session is going to really tell you why you should or shouldn't use it, okay? Or how to tactically use it without plagiarizing, right? All right, career development tools. So like I said, AI is everywhere, and so are we. So we have two main tools which are absolutely free for you guys, which is VMock and Devont. VMock is an AI-based tool which you can use to make resumes and cover letters, right? So it's self-explanatory. You can go into the site, explore it. Okay, they have a lot of features, very tailored. So you can put in your job type. You can put in what you like. Okay, you can literally do it like how you do it on ChatGPT. You can tell it, okay, this is the job I'm applying for, and I need key points for that specific job. And it's going to give you a key points which you can put it on your resume. Okay, and Devont is a job search portal. Similarly, it is AI powered as well. You guys can specify what sort of jobs you're looking for, and it will give you very tailored results. Okay, and also a lot of tools that you can use to build your, the beauty of your profile. And that's pretty much it from my end. Next, I'm going to pass it on to Sakshi, and she's going to tell you the tutoring side of things. Okay, thank you, guys.
Hello everyone, my name is Sakshi. I'm Tutoring Center's Operation Coordinator. First of all, Happy New Year to all of you and welcome to the Lambton College. I'm very much excited to see you here. And the program that I'm taking care of in the Tutoring Center is my all-time favorite program, that is peer tutoring program. What we do in peer tutoring program is if a student need any help with their academic journey, if you guys need extra assistance in your PowerPoint slides, if you guys are unable to understand the assignments that your instructors had assigned, or you are not prepared for the exams because chapters are not clear to you, or if you are doing very well in your academic journey but you still need extra help from someone in the college who had already studied what you're going to study. You can take help from your peers. These are your seniors who are in third and fourth semesters or the Lambton College alumni. As Pranav said, that building connections is very much important here. So this program, peer tutoring program, is going to be really helpful for you guys. This is, it's like you are taking extra tuition classes apart from your instructors. Your tutors can help you in person and online. This can be one-on-one tutoring, group tutoring, and the workshop that we had already explained to you guys. You can book as many sessions as you want until unless you are a student here for the first, second, and third semester. And you can, let's go ahead. And if you're interested to become a tutor, you can also become a tutor if you have GPA greater than equal to 3.0 in your semester first. So basically, you are eligible from your second semester. If you have outstanding communication skills and academic GPA, you are more than welcome to apply here on the tutoring center at sestercollege.com, and then you will be calling for the interview. If you are like interested for the extracurricular activities, you can become a tutor here. You can become a tutor from second semester onwards until you are Lambton College alumni. Okay? I will come back to those slides again, but I want to explain this WLC. I'm not sure if you guys need the help of Writing Language Center or not, but this is a really great tool for those who need to enhance your English skills. You can book free sessions with the English instructors. That can be a 30 or 60 minutes sessions. You can book like sessions for the English writing, speaking, and reading. And if you feel like your English is good, but you have no confidence to speak and to present in the presentations in front of everyone, you can go for the WLC, or you can choose any of our resources providing by the tutoring center. So this is gonna be really helpful for you to overcome your fear. And how to book an appointment with the tutors, that's more important. You guys have your Moodle credentials, right? Everybody have it. So log in with your Moodle credentials. How to book an appointment? Here you can see the QR code, or you can go here. When you log into the Moodle, you can see this page, first page. You can go on more. You can click on the very first, that is Tutoring Center. Or when this page will open, here is the link. You can see how to book an appointment with the tutor. Okay, moving forward, on the second hand, there is a book now. Click on here. Either you want a tutor from DOCT, AIMT, SEMT, based upon your requirement, or WLC. You can see the time slots as well, and that's it. That's all you have to do, and your appointment will be booked. That's pretty clear, right? Okay. That's it, that's all. So I will suggest you, I will highly recommend you to take sessions with our tutors, not only for the academic excellence only, because they are already your seniors. You can have a deep understanding from them about your course, about the specific course, about your program, how your program is like. You can also ask about the targeting companies from them as well, for example, right? So this is really helpful, the peer tutoring program. And you can also become the tutor. How you can become the tutor, you already know. If you have any questions, just let me know. All right? Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Sakshi. Hi, everyone. Yeah, now I see the energy. Okay, so my name is Sahil Vadhwa. I'm Student Success Counselor in the Tutoring Center. And I am head of Early Intervention and Acupressure program we carry on. So what is early intervention? We saw a lot of students and who might need assistance. So we started this program back in 2019. So through this program, we reach out to the students from their very first month in the college, letting them know that if their performance or attendance is below 50%. So when we see that you are not attending the classes, or if your grades are below 50%, you'll receive an email from me. Okay? And when you receive an email, you know what to do. You have to either attend the classes if you're not, or you have to boost up your academic journey so that you can graduate, so that to avoid failing. And also you can reply to that email. It will have a MS form. It will have a form where you can let me know if you have any queries, any concerns that you might have. You can use that as an opportunity to reach out to us, to let us know that if there is something you are facing that you need solution for. We can also create an academic plan for you guys. So if you think you need some help, reach out to me, reply to that email, and we can assist you with that. Next, AccuPlacer. So AccuPlacer is only for the undergrads, BSNT and CPCD program. So this is another assistance we provide them with their English and maths, because we saw a lot of failures in those two specific programs. So we take their English and maths test in the beginning of the semester, and when we see a student needs help, we provide them with the mandatory tutings, and then we take the test again, and that is 10% of their course. So this is another assistance we started when we saw that a lot of students need help in their English and maths. And VCare. So this is for all of you guys. Because you are coming to a new country, you might have a lot of questions regarding Canada and academic journey, or any questions you might have regarding moving to a new country. It could be either how to get a student discount, how do you get a Presto card, or how do you apply for jobs here, what is the best platform. Any questions, you can let us know in the weaker group, and we have volunteers as well as staff members in the group who can answer those questions. So you can use this as a resource as well to have your queries cleared and also connect with your seniors, because we have volunteers hired. They'll be in the group who will be answering your questions. You can also connect with them, and you can ask them any queries you might have. And next, CCR certificate. Now this is very important. Because you guys are coming to a new country and you don't have any experience, Canadian experience, you will face a lot of struggle without this Canadian experience, because your back home experience, some employers might not consider it. So you can use your volunteer experience as a part to put on your resume to gain some experience, Canadian experience, which you can showcase. We have a lot of activities in the college which are CCR approved, such as becoming a tutor, becoming a weaker volunteer, or becoming an academic. All those academic clubs you saw, you can also become a part of that, and that also has CCR certificate. Becoming a student council member, and so on. You will see on Moodle whenever an activity is posted if that is CCR approved or not. If it is, I would like all of you to take part in that and gain some experience which you can use. It will really help you boost up your professional journey as well here in Canada. So as you can see on the certificate, it will have all your details, your name, student ID, authenticity code, which all the employees in Canada can check. So they know that this is a legit certificate, this is a legit experience you have. And it will have all your experiences over here, whatever you have achieved. And that's all from my side. So this is how you can contact us. Tutoring center at sestercollege.com. Our office is right above the stairs. Turn right, you will see our office. So you can visit us anytime, and I would suggest you scan the QR code to see more about us. Thank you so much, guys, and welcome to Canada. Happy New Year, all of you. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, you guys are still in the WhatsApp groups for orientation? Okay, so soon those groups will be disbanded, okay? And by then you guys will be added to the WeCare groups that Sahil just mentioned. Okay, you guys will be automatically added by us. So all you guys need to do is open Teams, okay, Microsoft Teams, log in using your Outlook credentials. And under Teams, you will see a group which would correspond to your own program, okay? And that is where you can ask questions like he said. So whatever was happening on WhatsApp, you were asking questions with whatever you guys needed, right? So we just want to continue that support on to the rest of your term. So that is what the WeCare group is for, okay? So feel free to ask questions like he said, because you guys might have a lot of questions and we are very happy to answer them, okay? So wait a couple days. By the time your WhatsApp groups are disbanded, your WeCare groups will be on, all right? Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have our next presentation from Mark, our integrity officer. just to give you an overall view of academic integrity and what it entails. So we have Mark coming up. Just give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Do you guys have a clicker that clicks things? I might need that. I think it's here. Okay, just want to make sure it works. Oh, is it clicking? Yeah, okay, good. Good, okay, hi everyone. I'm Mark Gonzalez. You may have remember me from earlier today if you saw me in a session. I'm still the Academic Integrity Officer, so we are talking about my favorite topic. I mean, who doesn't love academic integrity, right? So I'm here to talk about that for you today. So first of all, thanks for sticking around for it. I appreciate it. We have a lovely crowd here today, and we're just going to chat about a few things that I hope are very useful for you in your day-to-day life in the college, and in many ways, this is teaching you how to never meet me in the rest of the time that you're here, because in the nicest possible way, it's great to see you here, but in the nicest possible way, I hope I never see you again. Because if you do see me, something happened, something not good happened. So this session is to help you avoid me in total, while you're here at the college. It's not that, even if you do meet me, it's not that bad, but, it's probably better if you didn't need to. So we're going to chat about a few things that I think are going to be really helpful for you in your academic career. I'm going to tell you what the bad stuff is that we think is not so good in the college. I'm going to tell you what to do to avoid it. And also I'm going to give you some tips on the software that you can use to make your lives easier. Because I'm not sure if you know about it. I just found it out like really recently. There's a thing called I think it's ChatGPT or something like that. Anyone know what that is? Yeah? Thank you for being honest for the few people that raised their hands. Yes, for the rest of you, I know exactly what you guys know about it. Anyways, we're going to talk about that too today. So all that stuff we're going to cover as fast as possible because I want to keep you on time. And let's just start with the actual team that we have for academic integrity. We're part of the quality assurance wing of the college. There are three of us. Mark, that's me at the top, academic integrity officer. So if there's any issues with your submissions, that's me. Colin is another one. He works in quality assurance, so you might see him sometimes watching your teacher teach, just to make sure that the quality of classes is good. And I do that too sometimes. And then Shauna, who you've probably met several times over today already, talking about all kinds of stuff, Canadian culture, for example. And so you may have seen her there. After the director's message, that person that was talking was Shauna as well. Okay, so those are the three of us. You can always contact any faculty member with just the first name, last name at cestarcollege.com. Same for the three of us up here as well, okay? I'll give you another email at the end of the session too, in case you want it. But we're gonna talk about a bunch of different things today, like I said. This is the whole list of things we're looking at. But really, it is what cheating is, what is considered cheating, how to avoid it, how to avoid being accused of these things, and how to make sure that you are protecting yourself from any kind of claim of academic dishonesty. And like I said, how to avoid me in title, how to get rid of Mark in your life. So these are the things that we're talking about today. So let's start with, what it is. I normally start my messages with students. When I have a meeting with a student, I just say the following speech. I always have it memorized, so I just say the same thing. Hi, my name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college, and it's my job to review student submissions to make sure that they're okay. And if we can give you a grade or not, it depends on the discussion that we have next. That's what I say all the time. It just comes out. It just flows right out of me. And that's really the case. I meet with you, I have a chat with you if there's some sort of issue with the submission. Something you've handed in for grading, I check your page, I check your Moodle page, I check the submissions, and I see what is going on, what you've handed in. And then I talk to your teacher about it, they have a side of the story. I talk to you about it, you have a side of the story, and I look at the submission. I look at those three things, and I decide, is it okay to grade or not okay to grade? That's all I really do, okay? So if you never have a reason to meet with me, then you're never going to have a meeting. But sometimes you might have one and then never again, which is also fine. But you might have two or three, and that's when it's like, oh, not so good, right? I don't want to know you by name, see you in the elevator. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? It's been a while. How long has it been? Because that happens all the time. Students are also afraid of me. I go to the elevator, I go in, there's like lively conversation, and then I walk into the elevator like, academic, and then just silence. I feel very uncomfortable. And you shouldn't be that scared of me, but I know a lot of rumors also go around about, Mark's going to kick you out of college if you get caught with these things. I don't want to do any of that stuff. I just want you to submit good things. I'm not out here to kick people out of college or anything like that. Don't be scared of me. If you see me in the elevator, just hey, or just continue your business as if nothing happened, or I'm not the worst person in the world. But yeah, that happens too. Anyways, what is academic integrity? It's about these things, right? Honesty, accountability, fairness, and trust. These are the four pillars of academic integrity. And just like I want you to follow rules, and I told you, I may have mentioned in the Canadian Culture session, we're rule followers. I follow rules too. The college follows rules as well. I'm not going to be walking down the halls and see a student and be like, grab them and be, hey, are you cheating? What did you cheat on today? I'm like, oh, sir, I did. No, I won't do that, okay? That's not what I'm here for. I follow rules. There are procedures that I follow, and everyone at the college does as well, you included. Okay, so if you do your part, I do my part. I will not be flagrant with these rules, and I just want to make sure that what you're doing is original, what you're doing is honest, and vice versa. Communication is really key between all these things you see here, what we expect from you and what you expect from us. Communication, plenty of notice, talking about things so that you're not surprised about things happening. This is the key to academic success and honesty as well. If you don't know you couldn't do that, that's not normally an excuse to avoid getting in trouble for things, okay? So ask questions, advocate for yourself, very, very important to do that. No one else will. So ask more questions, get more answers, okay? And, communicate whenever possible. If you don't have the lines of communication open, then you'll never know anything, okay? So let's keep going. Let's talk about two things. We're going to talk about tests, and we're going to talk about assignments. So tests, you meet with me all the time. Sometimes students meet with me all the time about tests. It's one of the bigger ones. And I just want to cover some of the main things to remember that you should do and some things that you shouldn't do. And before I get into any of these things, and I'm going to say this several times today, the first thing I want to tell you is you might be late for a test one day. One day. One horrible, horrible day, you're going to be on the TTC, which we all love. And it's going to be delayed. There's going to be some kind of problem with it, and you're not going to get to class on time. You're going to email your friends saying, oh, please tell the teacher I'm going to be late. I'm going to be there as soon as I can. And that's probably not going to get through. Maybe you're in the tunnel. Who knows what's going to happen? But you have maybe a good internet Wi-Fi connection. And so you say to yourself, you know what, self, what I can do is I can definitely take this test because it's on Moodle. It's on Moodle. I can just log in on my PC and then just do the test from there. And then I'm going to arrive at college and then continue the test. No problem. Right? Right. Absolutely. Absolutely not. Okay? Don't do that. Don't do that. What I need to tell you before I tell you anything else, never take an exam outside of the exam room. That is the worst decision you can make. If you miss a test, you've missed it. There are solutions to that problem. There are policies in place. It happens to people all the time. Your solution is to discuss it with your teacher. They might be nice enough to just reschedule it for you. But they won't reschedule it if you took it outside. So the most important thing, if you're late for the exam, get there as soon as possible. If you missed it completely, talk with your teacher. Don't take the test outside. Okay? All right. Please, 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 because I can't even help you in that case. Sometimes people come to me with these things, and I kind of reschedule the test if we need be. Sure, no problem. But I can't do that if you take the test once already. Okay? So, so, so important. Okay? All right. So what do you need to do? Follow instructions. That's one of the first things to do. That's true for every assignment. Okay? There's also the difference between a closed book test and an open book test. And if you don't know what that is, a closed book test is when the test is, the books are closed. And then you might guess by now, but the open book test, the books are open, right? By default, the tests are closed book. Oh, sorry, sir, I didn't know I couldn't use my phone here to Google the answers to this test question. I'm surprised. I thought this was an open book test. No, you didn't. And no one would believe that, right? So default, it's closed book. Open book, you can ask. Sometimes they are open book, but you have to ask to make sure that it is, okay? So make sure that that's different between, 1 and 2. Don't memorize. Memorizing is a funny thing. A lot of people can memorize. It's kind of like copy-paste with your brain, okay? You've studied something the night before. You remember the exact paragraph, the exact thing from the textbook. It's in your brain. Every single word is the same. And then you go to the test, and then your brain is like a computer, so you just control V. You paste onto the paper, all right? You just type the exact same words. That doesn't tell me what you know, it tells me what you remember. And there's a big, big, big difference. And what is the difference? Think of it like this, and we're going to talk about this several times today, but think of it like this. You've watched a movie. You just watched, what's a popular movie kids like nowadays? Batman's, okay? You just watched a Batman movie, and you said, some friend is like, hey, did a Batman movie just come out? Yeah, it did. Okay, what was it about? You're not going to start by saying, okay, first it said Warner Brothers Pictures Presents. Then it said a Joel Schumacher film. And then it said actors was Batman. And then another thing happened, and then the fade to black. And then it opened up, and there was a city. You're not going to do that. You're going to tell them what you remember from what you saw. That's the difference. You don't control V. You don't paste that stuff right in there. Okay? So don't just memorize, kind of do it like that. Read the questions carefully. And, of course, if you leave the exam room, because you're all adults, if you need to use the bathroom, you need to use the bathroom. I'm not going to stop you. Your teachers are not going to stop you from using the bathroom. You know if you need to use the bathroom or not. Okay. But as soon as you exit the room, your test is over. So can you hold it or not? That's really what you have to decide in these cases, okay? So you can't exit and then re-enter the room, okay? All right. So what about assignments? I think we're next on assignments. Yeah, assignments, the written stuff, your essays, okay? The things that you write down and submit to your teacher for grading. These are similar. But you want to follow the instructions. You want to make sure that you're sending them original content. Like I just said, original. The difference between memorizing and writing exactly the same thing or writing your own stuff. So as far as assignments go, how does that work? Well, think of it like this. You cannot just copy-paste a paragraph and then use a tool like, oh, I don't know, Quillbot. Any fans of Quillbot here? Who loves Quillbot? Yeah, we got one. Okay, good. Thank you for your honesty, right? But yeah, Quillbot, okay? So it changes words for you in the paragraph. That's not original work. Not considered original. So that could have you sent to me, and that could be a problem. You don't have a paragraph, take out a word, put in a word, take out a word, put in a word, and just replace words. That's not your writing. You started with someone else's skeleton, and then you put on like new clothes on the person. That's all it was, okay? It's not the same. Original work. Read something, put it away, and then write what you remember about it. Write what you understand about it. That's your key for original content, okay? Don't copy and paste. Don't share, because I, again, have these conversations every day. I have meetings with students, and some of the students say, well, sir, my friend was very, very sick. She is my best friend, and we've been through everything together. So she just asked me, can I see your essay? Just as a reference. Just as a reference. And she's my best friend, so I say, yes, of course, absolutely. Here's my full essay, all 10 pages of it. I worked very hard on it. Just use it as a reference, though. Absolutely. That friend takes that essay, delete, first name, replace, put in new student ID, submit. That happens all the time. All the time that happens, okay? All the time. And two people are at fault here, the person that gave it and the person that took it. And both of you, unfortunately, will be affected by this. So don't share that stuff. The stuff that you want to have a grade for, don't let anyone else see it. You can talk about things, have discussions, no problem, but just don't share the actual files with the other people. Don't let them see it, okay? Very, very key, because again, these are my favorite meetings to have. Individual work versus group work. If you're an individual, your work is going to be by yourself, but you can have study buddies, you can have study groups, that's fine. Talk about it, discuss it, that's fine. Make your own stuff. Group work, if you have a group of 5, you expect 5 people to be working on this stuff, not one person, and their back is breaking because their shoulders are, carrying the entire group, right? So you don't want to have that happen either. Split the work evenly. Spread it out, okay? Make sure everything is balanced. If it's not, contact your teacher about it, and we'll talk about that later too. If you're using sources, we use APA, the American Psychological Association's Citation and Referencing Guide. Anyone familiar with documentation with APA? Yeah, some fans of APA here, okay. Those of you that don't know anything about what I'm saying right now, what are these words I'm saying, it's fine. If you're taking a comm class, comm 1013, 3013, 2013, they talk about APA. What is APA? How does it work? But if you can't wait and you really want to learn about APA because you're so excited to learn about APA, Friday, there's an APA session, okay? So come in, Ian Fox, our communications coordinator and instructor. So if you might have a comm class with Ian, he's going to come in, stand here, and tell you about APA, the basics of it. How does it work? What do you need to do? What do you need to remember about APA? All on Friday. And also in your courses, okay? So you'll learn about it. You're in the right place to learn about it. Okay, so plagiarism. APA is helping you avoid plagiarism. What is plagiarism? It's when you use something. Actually, you know what? And here's a wrong answer for plagiarism. Plagiarism is just cheating. Plagiarism is when you copy something from someone else. No, not really. Because you have to use research. You have to use Google. You have to use these places for information. We expect you to in many cases. So what is plagiarism? Plagiarism is when you hide that fact, when you don't tell us you used it. So if you tell us you used something, according to the guidelines of the college, then you're fine. As soon as you use a thing and then hide it, don't tell anyone about it, like ChatGPT, you hide it, you use it, but you hide it, that's the issue, that's the problem. Using it is okay, but it's how you use it is more important than anything else, okay? And being transparent with your work. Okay, so let's talk about that some more. But, you know, what do you want to do to make sure that your stuff is original? Start from scratch. Think of the movie. What did happen in the movie? Talk about that, okay? Cite. Tell us where everything came from. It's okay if you tell us. And if you have the option, submit your things early. The earlier you submit, the better for you. And I'm going to show you why in just a sec. I'm going to show you a good example of it. But the earlier you submit something, the more chances you have to actually check to see if it's considered plagiarism, if it's considered matching with someone else's. If you submit something 3 days in advance, that's crazy, but okay, fine, 3 days in advance. I don't think anyone ever does that, not me for sure. Then you have 3 days to check it. Your teacher can tell you if there's plagiarism in it. You can then go back, make corrections, and submit it again, and check it again. You can't do this if you have 1 hour left before the deadline. You can't do that. It's too hard, and you probably won't do that. So the earlier, the better for you, okay? Okay, so what did I just say? A few things? 3 things. Well, 2 things. Well, 3 things. I told you 2 things, but there are 3. Okay. No, I told you 1 thing, and there are 3 things. Anyways, the APA workshop on Friday. That's the first one, okay? Come back on Friday, watch the APA session. Cool. Next, I did an APA session a long, long time ago during COVID, and I recorded it. And I put it on the Moodle page for academic integrity. So if you want to watch it, it's there for you to watch. If you love my voice and you can't get enough of this voice I got, my little nasally voice here, you can watch a session, and I'll tell you about APA in that session, recording. Also, the tutoring center who was just here talking to you about one-on-one sessions, that's free and available for you too. So if you're taking your comm class and you still don't quite get it, or you just need more help or more time to play with stuff to get it working right, that's the place to go. Because teachers are also there. The English teachers that teach you English at this college also offer their services at that center too, okay? So those are 3 places you can check out. And I encourage you to try out at least one of them. But here are the tools you use. Here are the things you're going to be using in the college. There are 3 of them. Grammarly is one. ChatGPT is probably the most favorite of the 3. And then the middle one is Turnitin. So let's start with Grammarly. Grammarly is pay for. It costs money. But you're at this college, and you get the premium version for free while you're here as a student. Congratulations. Yeah. No. Okay. But yeah, so what does it do? It can do a few things very well. You have things like checking for grammar, commas, periods, spelling, punctuation, right? Passive voice, active voice. It can also rearrange your entire sentence for you, replace it with better sentences. It can also do stuff that ChatGPT can do. For example, it can, Grammarly Go is the software, but it can write me an essay about cheese, 4 pages with 6 mistakes in it. It could do that, right? So what do you want to use it for? Not that. You want to use it for the grammar part, okay? The grammar part is the key. There are ways that, actually I'll talk about that later, but yeah, Grammarly, grammar. That's what you want to use it for. That's the main thing. The bottom one, I'm going to jump down to the second, skip the second one, go to the third one, ChatGPT. Everyone loves ChatGPT. Who doesn't? Any fans of ChatGPT here? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, for sure. Absolutely. I am a fan as well. I love ChatGPT, right? Yeah. By the way, if you want GPT-4, use Bing, right? Because it's free. So that's also available for you too. But it's really great, and it is not illegal in the college, but it's on a per teacher basis. You can ask it for things. Your teachers decide if it's okay or not okay. And it's not forbidden across the whole school. And so I just want you to be aware, you can use it within reason. And if you're transparent about what you're getting from GPT, that's the key. Okay, so if you hold on to that history, for example, very useful. And you probably won't get into trouble for that. Okay, so there are rules, but we'll talk more about that in a bit. Actually, no, I'll tell you now. Just two things. Ask for permission. Every assignment, every teacher is different. Ask for permission to use GPT. If you get the permission, then just use citations and references, just like any other source on the internet. And that's it. That's all you got to do. If you miss one of those rules, then you meet with me. You don't tell them you used it or you don't have, all kinds of reasons. But yeah, 2 rules. That's it. Okay? All right. Let's talk about an example, though. Turnitin. Turnitin is what we use to check your work for similarity across the internet between Google sources, between students who've uploaded stuff before, between your own stuff. Okay, that's what we use Turnitin for. It's not a software you download and keep on your PC. It looks like that. There is a link there, practice Turnitin submission. It's a link, you click on it, and you upload your file for grading on your Moodle page. Here's an example of a comm class. This is a link. You click on the link, you want to upload your essay for grading, click on that link. Then you have a page that looks like this. You've uploaded your file, you have this. Okay, so this student, Mark is his name, and he uploaded a file called the practice submission. Okay, and Mark got 100%. Similarity, not good. This is the opposite of what you want. 100% in normal cases is good. 100% similarity is horrible. This red color, you never want to see that. You want to see like blue. Blue is a good color, right? It means 0% is blue, or lower than, very close to 0%. As low down as possible. But let's say your teacher lets you see this, because your teacher can control the visibility. They can hide this percentage from you and just say, upload it. I don't want you to upload again. Just give me it. I'll check it here. And then maybe or maybe not, you'll have a bad number. But some teachers will say, okay, you can see it. And those teachers will let you see the file. If you click on that number, you get a page that looks like this. Okay? And you can see the rainbow of color. You can see all kinds of things here. Okay? You don't want color here. You want just black and white, no other things. Everything highlighted matches with the internet somewhere on the internet. That's not good. Okay? So if you're lucky, your teacher says it's okay, you can actually go back and fix this. If you submit it early, they can show you this percentage, and then you can go back and fix it and upload it again and check it again and see if the color disappeared. And if it did, good. If it didn't, problem. Go back again and check it again and submit again. So the earlier, the better. You get to see this in some cases, but not every case. Ask your instructor. If you can't see this, you can request it. They can say no, but at least you ask them. Okay? How do you avoid this regardless of anything, even if you can't see it? APA. Cite your stuff. If you cite it, you tell us where it came from, then this won't really be a problem, even if it's there. Right? So that's an example. Okay. So I'm just going to zoom in on some things so you can see them a bit better. So this is the side. Tells you every website your stuff matches with. More colors, the worse it is. 3% here, 2% here, 18% here, 25% there. Okay. But look, I want to show you a few things. Like, take a look at this side. This is the set of buttons that you can see on your page. When you look at Turnitin, you open it on your account, you see those buttons. I'm going to show you what your teacher can see, and then take a look at what your teacher can see. These are the buttons here. And I'm going to zoom in. And an extra button, a button that you don't have. A button your teacher cannot give you, unfortunately. It's only available to instructors. It says AI, AI percentage. What is that, you ask? It's not academic integrity. It's AI. It's not AI. It's artificial intelligence, of course. And you'll notice that this page had 25% similarity, matching with Google searches. The next page told you it has 100% AI. Everything highlighted in blue is AI. Tell me if you see anything highlighted in blue here. Maybe a little bit of blue somewhere here. The whole thing is GPT. In fact, I named it GPT Essay 1 because I asked ChatGPT to make me an essay. So it passed the first one, right, 25%, but then it didn't pass the AI checker, which showed 100% AI. That's a problem. But here's the trick about the AI. You can't see it, like I said. Teacher can see it, you can't. You can request it, they'd have to show it to you, but that's all that can happen. That's it. But you can request it. Ask to take a look at it, they might show it to you, okay? This might have you sent to me as well. So I'm gonna give you some advice to avoid getting in trouble for something like this, or having to deal with it. And is it my next slide? Yeah, okay. Here's what you can do to meet me. If you can't wait to meet me during the semester and you're like, oh wow, I'd love to see Mark again in a place where I get in trouble, here's what you could do. Follow all of these steps, okay? So borrow your friend's work, okay? Share things, okay? Use GPT and then don't ask permission. That's the stuff that cool kids do, right? So you could do that if you want to have a meeting. If you do the opposite of these things, you'll be fine, okay? So here's the opposite, just so that you can be aware of it. One thing I want to point out is the bottom one. Keep a record of your ChatGPT history. Very, very important. If you keep a record of what you requested from ChatGPT, and then you have a meeting with me, and you have to explain yourself what happened, you want to talk about all these things, and you're like really scared and terrified, just show me the history. Show me the history, and I can see it, and case closed. It's really open and shut. It's really, if you keep that stuff, it's good. If all you did was you took your essay, you sent it to GPT and said, do you have any spelling mistakes for me here? Can you fix this for grammar? And then you show me that whole conversation, then there's really no issue. There often is not an issue, okay? So keep your GPT history if you're searching anything on ChatGPT. Very, very useful for you, okay? Yeah, and that's what I'll say. I will note another thing. Don't use sources that are not acceptable. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm taking an accounting course, and I believe that the financial market is going to crash in 2025 because my mom told me, and my mom knows a friend in accounting, and he's pretty cool. I mean, you can't use that as a source. I hope that that's obvious enough. But friends, family, people you know don't count as official sources, so be careful with your sources, okay? So those are just some things to avoid. All right. I wanted to mention a few things about group work, because group work is tough. One, if there's an imbalance of work, one person doing the work of 5 people is horrible. I hate hearing that. It's terrible. I don't want anyone going through that. If that's happening to you, contact your instructor, explain everything, okay? That's really, really not good. It's meant to make it easier, not harder, to do your work with a group. Okay, but your group members, they could be using AI, ChatGPT, not tell anybody. You all submit the one essay. Piece of it that they made has GPT in it, AI, and then the whole group is sent to me because now they're in trouble for using the stuff. You can't check anything because it's not available on your account. So what do? My recommendation to every group when they're doing this stuff is to use something like Google Docs, where everyone has the same one file. Every group member goes into that file and then just adds what they want, corrects what they want. Then I can see every user and what every single user did. And then if you come to me and then, okay, part of it is AI, show me your work, how'd you make it? And you're like, sir, I have a Google Doc. I'll be like, what? My shoes will fly off. My socks will sometimes fly off because I'll be so happy and impressed. And you give me that link, I see it, and usually no problem. No problem. So Google Docs is a very good tool to use in this case. Use the same one file. Don't make new files. Everyone puts their stuff in the one file, and you keep it forever. That is the best, safest tool to protect from AI usage problems, okay? All right, good. Okay, so a few things I'm gonna show you before I'm done. I have a little bit of time left, here we go. Okay, 4 documents I wanna tell you about. Course outline, important. Evaluation timetable, also important. And I'm probably gonna walk into this flag again. Okay, I've done it a few times, I'm gonna walk over here now. Okay, and your resources like textbooks and stuff. That'll be on your Moodle page, and the APA documentation guide. It is for free, although we honestly should be charging for it because it's so useful. Just as a note about the APA guide, your comm class will provide that to you for free. If you want it and you don't have a comm class, ask me. I will give it to you for a small, no, I'm kidding. I wouldn't charge you for it. But email it to me, I'll give it to you for free, okay? And this thing is useful here in the college. It's useful even after the college if you want to do more studies somewhere else, because the rules here are the same across all colleges. So it's a really, really good document to have. But just about the course outline, here is an example of the first page of a course outline. It tells you all the important stuff about your course. Page 1 tells you what the course is and yada, yada, yada. You jump into the later pages, you have the textbooks you need, required textbooks, and you have the assignments, the student evaluation part. What is due? What's the percentage? How much is it? Yada, yada, yada. Tests, assignments, all these things on the course outline. When are these things due, the assignments? That's on your evaluation timetable. And you'll see it right here. It's kind of small, but this is the document you should be getting from your teachers on day 1 or day 2, but it should be really day 1. If you don't have it, ask for it. Very important that you have it so you know your deadlines for all your activities. And if you have a test, it tells you what chapters to study for the test. Very useful. Very, very useful, right? Absolutely. So get that document. Make sure you have it. If you don't have it, ask your teacher. He doesn't give it to you. He or she doesn't give it to you. Ask me. I'll talk to them. I'll get it. I'm not going to break their legs or anything, but I'll just say, please do that, please. Thanks. Yeah. And the policies that are so, so important. Now, before I go into these, I just want to show you where to find them. You go to the Moodle page. You click on More. You click on Administration. And then you'll see it over here, Policies and Procedures. Okay, so they're all there for you. The rules I follow, it's pretty long, but it's 2000-5-1. This is a really, really long document. If I have to meet with you for academic integrity issues, I'll give you a link here. You can read it right away and just take a peek at it. It's available for you right now, but I don't expect you to sit there and read that because I assume you have lives, and that will take up a lot of your life. So use it when you need to, but it's good to have. There's also the tests and exam protocol, kind of short. The one you really, really want is the last one, miss classes and miss tests. It's what I was talking about don't take the test outside. This is the policy to follow. Every single Moodle page, every course has it at the very top. Not even, you don't have to go somewhere and find it. It's every course page has it. Miss tests. Click it, read it. It's like a paragraph. It's like really, really, really short. We don't want you to sit there reading a big thing because we know how important and how hard it is to read these things sometimes, so it's really super short for you to understand, okay? And then also the grade appeals. If you have a grade that you think was misgraded, graded incorrectly, you think it was unfair for whatever reason, there's a process to follow. You can't just go to your teacher and say, hey, give me grades. I need 5 more marks. Give me 5 more marks. No, right? Don't do that. But the policy, follow this policy. And it is, you talk to the teacher, have a discussion about it, explain why you deserve those grades, and they can agree or disagree. Your grade might change, it might not, but there's rules to follow there, okay? So you can find those all on that policies and procedures page. So I think there's one last thing I want to tell you. Login information, your Moodle password, don't share it with anybody. If you're logged in class, taking a test, and for some reason, someone in Malaysia is taking your test as well, or if someone is in your Moodle page logged in at a different location, we can't grade that test. And I totally would believe that you're actually there because the cameras show you're there and everything, but we can't grade that, right? Don't share your login with anybody else. Very important. And we can check this thing. We can actually see what you click on. So, just be aware of that. Don't share your passwords. You can share your grades if you want, but no one is going to force you to share or talk about your grades if you don't want to. They're confidential. I won't talk about them to anyone else. Your teachers won't, so you don't have to either, okay? Keep it private if you wish. And then don't share your private information online, because why would you? Because that's just good advice in general. And then never, like I said it a few times already today, never, ever, 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 ever take the test outside. Just miss it. If you miss it, you'll probably be better, because you can appeal the grade if the teacher says no, 0 grade. You can appeal that, right? You can appeal that with the rules that we have in the college. So just don't take the test outside, okay? All right. So if you have any questions about this stuff and you want to ask, or you just want to say, hey, how do I not get in trouble, Mark? What do I do? Email me here, okay? If you want that APA guide, email me here. Any questions at all, I'm more than happy to respond and answer for you, no problem. And, honestly, I mean, if I'm being reasonable and realistic, I'm probably going to meet some of you this semester. But, I mean, I just hope that I'm not terrifying for you. It probably just needs to have one discussion and you're fine. So it happens all the time for first-term students. Just follow what you can remember from today. It's a lot that you're learning today. You might forget all of the stuff. Don't forget that thing about the test, okay? Just don't forget the test thing. Don't do that one, and then you probably will never have to meet with me ever, okay? So just want to say thank you for listening. I appreciate your time. I hope I didn't take up more time than I needed to, but I wish you all the best this semester. Honestly, you'll be fine, and if you have any questions, just keep in touch, okay? So thanks, everyone, and have a great rest of your day, okay? Bye. All right.
Thank you, Mark, so much. Great presentation. So we're just going to take a quick break. Have you guys back at 2:45. So we'll be doing a student services and advising seminar. And also in the rural room, which is just above us, we're going to do Canadian culture and transportation. So if anyone missed that this morning, please, you're more than welcome to join. And then from 3:45 to 4, we're going to do the Cahoots in this area, in the atrium for prizes. So we'll put up the QR code for you so you guys can just scan it once it's up. And then just enjoy the break, and we'll see you guys back at 2:45. Thank you. afternoon, everyone. So we're just going to be doing our last presentation for the day before we do the Kahoot. It'll be student services. So we have the wonderful Tenny here that'll be presenting the department to you. So give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's a slightly smaller group than this morning, but if you guys are here for the student services presentation, you're in the right place. We're going to start. The clicker I tried last time wasn't working, so we'll see if it works this time. It does not. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Tenny. I'm one of the student services advisors. We do have another person on our team, and that is Caroline Rodas. She's to my left. She is doing, she's in transition to the orientation, registration, graduation role. So in the interim, she's of course helping out with student services. So if in the next few weeks you're wanting to see an advisor, most probably you'll either see me or Caroline. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? Hopefully nothing too boring, but if you don't retain everything I tell you today, that's okay, right? 50% is good enough to remember, and the rest, you can watch on YouTube the presentation again. You can check Moodle where this will be posted, kind of look at the contact numbers and the information that is shared, just as a refresher whenever you need to, so don't worry, it's a lot of information. I know it can be overwhelming, not to mention boring, so I can't help with that part, but I'll try my best. So I'm going to talk about how you can contact student services. I'm also going to talk about what areas we help with, okay? So just a brief introduction. Show of hands. Who here thinks they have a good idea of what student services is even about, what services they offer? Have you had student services advisors in your previous institution? Have you used them? No? Fair enough, because before I joined this role, I had a very vague idea of what student services advisor did, right? And that's perfectly understandable. The simplest way to make you understand what I do, almost think of it as a place you go to get information, right? So almost like a help desk. You go to me, and I may not have all the answers for you. I may not be able to wave a magic wand and make the problem go away, but what I can do is put you in touch with the right person that's going to help solve your problem, okay? So there are some things, of course, and I'll go over that I can directly help you with, but most often, if you don't know where to go, you're confused about something, you don't know who the right contact person is, you come to me, I put you in touch with that person, right? So it's almost like I have this hub of information that I'm ready to share with you guys. Okay, how do you contact student services? Of course, there's the good old email. You can contact us at studentservices@sestercollege.com. So when you contact student services, when you email us, this email is going to go into the ticketing system. What that means is, like I mentioned, of course, you can email us about everything. So some things that we can't directly help with, we get your email, it's addressed to student services, but perhaps it has to do with another department, something like immigration. Maybe it's co-op related. Maybe it's related to another faculty or department that we need to send that to. So all of the emails that you send about various topics to student services, it'll sit in this pool, and then this pool of emails will then get assigned to the appropriate advisor, right? So if it's student services related, it might get assigned to me, might get assigned to Caroline, right? If it's more geared towards registration, it may go to an advisor that specializes in registration. So just because you email student services doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to know about the issue, or I'm the one that's going to be replying back to you. But if that ticket gets assigned to me, of course, I'll be the one to help you. So if you send an email and I happen to answer that email, and then you come to see me, then yes, of course, I'll have a frame of reference, and I can answer for the solution that I've given you. If not, that's okay. I could still look through the advisor that you were put in touch with, kind of pull up the history, and then we'll discuss what solutions they've offered, or if there's any alternative solutions that I can help you with. So, when you email student services, try to email no more than once about a specific issue. It is very important. Often people think I'm going to send 2-3 emails because it's just going to make the response that much faster. Or if the chances are if they miss one of my emails, they won't miss the other email, right? It actually has the total opposite effect. I know you're trying to be efficient, but it actually confuses us, right? An example, you are wanting a solution to a problem, another advisor has received your email, they've taken care of it, they've entered something in the database, problem solved. But you've sent 2 emails about the same problem. I get the second email. I'm reading it, and what's going to happen most likely is I'm going to reverse the problem that was solved in the first place, right? So it's very, very important to not send more than 1 email to student services about a specific issue. We will reply to you 24 to 72 hours on average, right? Now, it could take a little bit longer depending on the time of the semester. So if it's the beginning of the semester, end of the semester, we have a lot of students starting, a lot of students graduating. So it may take a little bit longer, but just because we haven't answered your email yet doesn't mean that we are not going to. Unfortunately, you just have to be a little bit more patient, and we will get back to you. If you feel that the issue you're experiencing is urgent and you're anxious, come see us in person. It's the best way, right? Instead of waiting for the ticket to get assigned and for an advisor to get back to you, you can discuss the issue in person. So please do come see us. Now, how do you come see us, right? How do you make an appointment? You are going to sign up on an iPad that's by the reception desk in this building. The reception desk is located close to the entrance. You go there, there's an iPad, you can ask the receptionist where the iPad is. If you can't locate it, sign in with your information on a system called QLIS. It's a very efficient system. Put in your phone number, put in your first name, last name. An advisor, me or Caroline, will call you in about 10 to 15 minutes, right? The longest students have waited is probably 20 minutes. So if you have half an hour break between classes, it's more than enough time for you to see an advisor. So if you have that opportunity, you don't have to rush elsewhere. We recommend you see us in person, especially, again, when it's an urgent issue or a complex issue and you need to talk to someone about it. I find information that is complex, it's much better solved as a discussion than a back and forth email. But of course, you're busy, you have 100 things to do. Emails for quick questions is always the best option. You can also self-serve, and I say this because I know a lot of people would like to get information on their own. So how do you do that? You're going to log on to Moodle. On the home page, there's going to be tons of announcements. Almost daily, there's announcements about events, announcements about deadlines, registration matters, God knows, job fairs, networking events. So it's very important when you log on to Moodle and you go to click on your courses to see the course content, that you take maybe 5-10 minutes before doing that daily just to check out the announcements on that page, okay? There's also a Student Services tab, which I will show you in the next slide. When you click on this tab, most of the information I'm telling you today will probably be mentioned under that Student Services tab on Moodle, okay? If you don't know how to function Moodle, that's okay. We have a session on how to utilize various platforms that the college offers on Friday. So please look at the orientation schedule. You can attend the Friday session when we'll walk you through like where to click to find this and that on Moodle. So we'll go through this. You can also call us, right? If you prefer to do that, that's also an option. You would have to call the college at the number that you see on the slide. Then when a reception associate will pick up, you're going to ask to speak to a student services advisor. Now, they may ask you, what is it regarding? Just because they may know the answer and they can tell you, but if, of course, if it's a more detailed, complex issue, then they'll forward the call to us. So many options as to how you can get in touch with us. Okay, so this is what I was mentioning on Moodle. When you log in, you'll see the tab on the top. Click on Student Services, scroll down, click on the options just to see and get reminded of all the information I'm going to share with you today, okay? You can also read a little bit of bio about each advisor and what our specialties are, and our contact information is there as well, okay? Okay, so what are categories that we can actually directly help you with? Academic support, registration, program progression, personal advising, and student account updates. I'm going to go through each one separately, but just to give you a menu. Academic support, what does this mean? It's a very broad term, right? Students come to see us about academic issues, you know, things like grades, courses they've failed, right? So these are examples of academic support that students need, but often there's this misunderstanding that if you come to see us about an academic issue, it means we can solve the problem on the spot. As in, you are having a disagreement about your grade with your instructor, you've missed a class, you are about to fail a course, go to student services, explain the issue, they should be able to solve your problem, change your grade, excuse you from missing class, right? I mean, I wish, but I can't, right? So it's very important to keep in mind, you come to a student services advisor so we can share the process and the policy. What is the school's stance on missing classes, on not getting a passing grade, what happens when you have a disagreement with your professor, how to go about it the right way to solve it. It does not mean that we can kind of wave a magic wand and make it all go away. So I'm going to share with you two important academic policies. During this presentation, there's a lot of academic policies, of course. I don't want to overwhelm you. I will let you know how to access them, but the two important ones I wanted to talk to you about today are these two, because students usually come to us a lot about them, and I know it's probably going to happen to you guys at some point, so it's important that you know what the college's rules are. Okay, so QR code, if you scan that code, it's going to take you to the Lambton College website, the Toronto campus website. So here at the top menu, you will see an option called Student Policies. That is where you can essentially find all the policies about all the issues that you may come across on campus. So click on the policy, and you then might see a policy called Conduct and Complaints. What is this policy about? We do, of course, offer a session where we're going to talk more in detail about the policy, but to give you an overview, should you have any issues with your instructor, as in behavioral issues, perhaps you got into a disagreement with the instructor or the classmate, you felt they were rude to you, the instructor may have felt you were rude to them, so there's definitely an issue here. You have a complaint against, again, could be an instructor, a classmate, a college faculty member, right? So how do you go about resolving that, right? It's very important to read a policy, also on the policy page, titled Student Rights and Responsibilities. Why is this important? Because how are you to know whether what's happened to you is unfair, unjust, rude? How are your classmates and instructors supposed to behave towards you? How are you supposed to behave towards them? What is acceptable behavior in this kind of a college setting, right? That's where you're going to find that. It outlines all the behaviors that are unacceptable, all the behaviors that are acceptable. Read this, and you will then know, of course, if not, you can always come talk to us. You'll know whether the instructor's behavior or classmate's behavior is unacceptable, and then it will probably lead you to the decision that yes, it is, and you might want to make a complaint about that faculty member, okay? So after reading this, you come to us. I'm probably going to tell you, you need to speak with the person, right? So if that person is your instructor, you reach out to your instructor, perhaps outside of the class time, you email them, and you let them know you'd like to meet with them to discuss the incident or the interaction that you feel, was offensive to you. This is really important. You want the person to know that they had done something that has offended you. If this conversation doesn't happen, the person may not have a clear idea of how this has affected you. So the purpose of having you go and speak with the instructor is not to put you in an intimidating situation. It's just to make sure that the person is aware that you have an issue with this, right? It has to be addressed with them directly. And I also always tell students that are scared to have that conversation, the college has zero tolerance for backlash. So just because you're bringing up a behavioral issue with the instructor doesn't mean they can mark you down or fail you or treat you a certain way based on that conversation and based on you having the courage to bring up the topic and wanting to have a polite, productive conversation about it. So please, again, you can come to me, but I'm going to tell you, have you spoken with your instructor, right? So you say yes, you've spoken with your instructor, you hasn't been productive, haven't gotten anywhere, you're still offended, it's still affecting your performance in class, your attendance, all of these issues. And that's when I'm going to introduce you to the forms, right? So the proper complaint forms. And these forms are meant to put your thoughts down in more detail. So I need detail, I need facts. So all of the email communication that you have with your instructors, the dates, the assignments, anything that you feel the complaint is about, remember these details because these will have to be recorded on that form, right? Once this form is completed by you, you can email it to me or drop it off, and I will then submit this to college management for them to investigate the situation. So that's how you go about simply dealing with a behavioral issue that you have with an instructor or a fellow classmate or a college faculty member. Let's say it could be me, it could be a co-op advisor, who knows, right? So the college has proper legal procedures to deal with these complaints. Okay, so next policy, missed classes. This is an interesting one. Students are always asking us, well, how many classes can I miss before I can't miss anymore? The short answer is you are not allowed to miss any classes, right? You're here on a study permit, so your priority is, of course, attending class. That is why you were given the permit. So, of course, it's not acceptable to miss any classes. I know sometimes, you don't feel like going to class, you had a late work schedule the day before. There's so many reasons, right? But if you don't go to class, if you miss less than 2 days of a course, right? And you have not notified your instructor that you have missed these classes and you simply decide to not show up, the instructor can fail you. And this is the key word, can, right? What that means is the instructor has to be notified 24 hours in advance. They may decide to ask you for a medical note. So, or some kind of proof, right? You're saying you had a family emergency. Okay, where's the proof, right? You are sick. Even if you had a cold, I know you might not always want to go to the doctor. Oh my gosh, they're just going to give me Tylenol. It's going to be a waste of time. I know that, but you still need some kind of proof. It's not that the instructor doesn't trust you. It's just that there are people that take advantage of the situation. So how is the instructor to know who is that person and who has a legitimate illness, right? So whatever the issue is, if you're going to miss a day, two, just go to a doctor, have them release a note specifically stating what the illness was, how much recovery period is needed, right? So if it's less than 2 days of a course, it is up to your instructor with the correct proof. And that proof is most often, if it's a medical issue, it's a medical note. But what happens when you get sick or you have a family emergency that requires an absence that's more than 2 days, right? So this is when you come see us in student services, because now it is no longer up to your instructor. What will probably have to happen is you have to obtain permission from the school director. And we are going to walk you through that process, right? We're going to talk to you about how much time off you need, what's the best way to accommodate you, right? What are some of the solutions that's offered in your specific case? And every case is different, right? Depends on how much recovery period you need. But if it is a medical issue, I have sometimes students that will travel back home without letting us know. Because I had an appointment with a specialist back home, I had a surgery. So all of these things, of course, constitute emergency, but before you book your ticket, and especially if you know ahead of time, of course, emergencies are hard to deal with, but if you know ahead of time that you need to get this medical procedure done, you need to see a Canadian doctor. this is most likely what will be communicated to you. You need to see a medical doctor in Canada, and they will determine whether this is something you need to travel back home for. So often, two reasons why people travel back home for medical issues are the wait times are long, right? So the doctor is going to say you are required to have a medical procedure that will take 3 months here to book. And now you have proof that you have a specialist back home that can have this procedure done in less time than that, right? If it's truly an emergency and you need to get this medical issue taken care of as soon as possible, of course, in that case, again, depending on the documents, the strength of the documents you can provide, you will be granted permission by the college to take a leave of absence for that period. Sometimes accommodation can look a little bit different. Maybe you need to take a semester off, right? Again, it all depends, especially how much time, how much recovery time you need, right? Sometimes even if you were permitted to take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks off, okay, that's great, but then what's the point of coming back because now you've missed so much coursework. So at that point, even if the college wanted to give you this time to miss, it will still not make up for all the work that you haven't submitted and you've missed, right? So maybe sometimes you do need to take a semester off. Again, the director will look at the specific situation you are experiencing and will choose an accommodation that suits your condition best, right? So it's not something that it can be applied the same way towards everyone, but the key thing to keep in mind is to have proof. Right? Again, come talk to us. We'll discuss what does that proof look like depending on your specific situation. But if it is medical, please try to get the doctor to be as specific as possible. Even sometimes you need to get a procedure done. You do have medical insurance, of course, as international students, but perhaps that medical insurance doesn't cover the specific medical condition that you have. So you need to go back home, right? Get the insurance institution to say that on paper, right? Because once you submit these documentations to the director, you're much more likely to be approved for your requested time off, right? So of course, things happen in life, but as long as you go about it the right way, accommodation, like the college is here to accommodate you. So for sure, that accommodation will take place to our best abilities. Registration and finance. So this is, most people think it's the same as student services, which is not. It's a totally different department in the college that will take care of assigning you classes, putting you in courses, and looking at your fee payments. You're approving your transfer credits. Transfer credits are credits that you have from your master's degree back home, and it's very similar to the courses you're taking here, and you would like to substitute them, almost like you wouldn't be attending class for that specific course because you've already done this course in a master's program back home. So if this applies to you, registration department will be approving your request for transfer credits. Failed courses and makeup courses. So the registration team will also be approving your request for makeup courses, which are courses that you take if you failed a course. So you will take that course again, and that's what we call makeup courses. Substitute courses are almost like makeup courses that are not available for you to take right away. So the registration team might then, depending on the availability, offer you a substitute course to take in the place of the course that you failed. Fee inquiries, that's also, it goes hand in hand with registration. You don't pay your fees, you don't get registered. So anything to do with registration and payment, also our registration team deals with that. However, registration team is not a department like student services where you can go and speak with someone. You can of course email them at registration@sestercollege.com about any of these issues, but if you feel that it requires more of an in-person discussion, you come to student services. So we work with them, we communicate information that you want us to communicate, we get in touch with them for advising purposes, get the best information and solution possible for you, okay? So any of these issues you want to email, you can email registration@sestercollege.com or see a student service advisor about them. Okay, so we're going to watch a very short video, mostly because I want you to know the expectations in terms of class and schedule selection. So every term, you're going to get to select your schedule for the following term. And there are some constraints with that, right? We all want an ideal schedule that works with our work schedule, with our family schedule, and of course, as much as the college tries best to accommodate you and make the best schedule possible. It is not always ideal to get the schedule that you want. So it's just gonna go through, this video is gonna go through some expectations and also outline what those constraints are, okay?
Welcome to Lambton College. We are sure you are excited to begin your courses. We want to ensure that you have reasonable expectations about your course and class schedules at Lambton College. At all Lambton College study locations, we offer classes 6 days a week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Sometimes students will have classes scheduled over 3, 4, or 5 days depending on the semester and program. Most programs deliver between 15 and 22 hours of classes per week, depending on the program and the specific semester. Lambton does not guarantee a certain type of schedule or a minimum number of days. Schedule depends on various factors, such as laboratory or classroom trips, instructor availability, and a balanced day. These factors can change within and during a semester, for example, every 7 weeks, and from one semester to the next. You should expect your class and course schedule to change from semester to semester. Schedules rarely stay the same. International students are required to study most of their classes in person, and we believe as an institution that your time in the classroom enriches your experience in Canada as an international student through teamwork and interactivity. Some courses may be offered online, but most courses will be delivered in person. Exceptions to this approach may occur under special circumstances, such as the pandemic, and are based on advice and guidance from local health authorities and governments. As an international student on the study permit, the priority is your education. Any work or personal schedules should be determined after you receive your college class schedule each semester. It is important to note that you will not be able to access your class schedule if you have not paid the total fee for the subsequent semester. Lambton College cannot adjust class schedules to accommodate students' work or personal schedules. Thank you for watching.
So just some things to keep in mind when you're selecting your schedules and wondering why, certain schedule is available, right? Okay, so I'm going to go over some key details from your offer letter. And the reason I do this is often students tell us, we didn't know this, we didn't know that. Of course, that's acceptable, but it's a good lesson to learn in life. When you sign on a document, you should always read the fine print. It's essentially information that can save you a lot of time and headache. So I'm going to go over some of that information because I know, it can be overwhelming and you've signed this letter a long time ago, so you probably don't remember a lot of key details, right? We're going to go through it together. So the first one is box 23, scholarships, teaching assistantships, and other financial aid. If you are wondering whether you've received an entrance scholarship, this is the box to check out. So this scholarship is offered by the Sarnia campus before the student is admitted. So upon admission, you get an entrance scholarship of $1,000. This is applied towards your tuition at some point before term 3. So again, if you're wondering whether you're eligible or you received this scholarship, you would check this box. If there's any additional information about the scholarship that you receive, that information will be communicated underneath that box in box 25. So again, I haven't highlighted it because rarely this happens, but it does from time to time. There's a special condition on the scholarship. If that is the case, please also make sure there's nothing stated on box 25. What else? Box 22, you'll see a payment code for this specific student. Of course, it's not visible, but it'll be numbers. And this is important if you are going to be paying your tuition via Flywire. So every term, before the tuition deadline, information is communicated on Moodle regarding ways that you can make a payment to the college. Now, one of these ways is Flywire. When you read the instructions regarding how to make a Flywire payment, it's going to ask you to put in a payment code. This payment code is available in your offer letter, in that box, okay? What else? Okay, so class schedule. Often I get students telling me, I didn't know I had a class on Saturday. I mean, I thought classes were Monday to Friday. But it's said on your offer letter, right? And you signed on to this. Now, it doesn't mean every semester you're going to have a class on Saturday, but it is possible, right? Tuition. If you came here in a student direct stream, you probably paid your tuition 1 year ahead. So you paid for first semester and second semester. However, since this payment you had to make so far in advance, it is often not finalized. So although you probably have enough money in your funds to cover your term 1 tuition, before the deadline for term 2 tuition, highly encourage everyone to log on to their My Lambton account and check to see if they owe a small amount. There could be a discrepancy. And again, I didn't know this. I get students asked all the time, or come last minute, the day before the tuition payment, because a friend told them that they might still owe something. I didn't know this. I thought I paid a year ahead. Well, it says in your offer letter. It says estimated school fees, estimated annual living expenses, right? Again, the difference might not be huge. It might be very small, smaller for some more than others. But again, check your My Lambton account before the payment deadline for every single term to make sure you don't owe any money. Because when you pay your fees on time, you avoid paying late fees, and you get access to selecting your group schedule, which I know everyone likes. So pay attention to that. If you're wondering where to go to click to find various things on My Lambton, including your tuition, again, come to our Friday session for student portals, or you can watch it online as well. We'll go through how to look that up. Second year fees. Again, estimated fees. So it does say second year fees are likely to increase by a minimum of $600. So the first year fees that you paid, again, may not look to be the same amount as your second year fees, okay? Guard me fees. I get people ask me this all the time. I don't need guard me fees. Yeah, I'm healthy. I never get sick. This is a waste of money. Or you may get OHIP later. Well, I have OHIP. What do I need this for? So every international or domestic student here in a college or university is supposed to pay health insurance fees. Even if at some point you happen to have access to OHIP, it still is not going to cover charges like drug charges or dental charges. So this is where your guard me fees are going to come in, and it is mandatory. So a portion of your tuition goes towards paying for medical fees, and this is unfortunately not an option. Campus and program changes. I live in Brampton and Mississauga. Why do I have to come all the way here? Well, I didn't know, I got housing there. It's so close to Mississauga campus, Queen's College. Can I just transfer there? No. Oh, but I live so close. Come on. Why can't you just make this exception? It is not up to us, unfortunately. If something is stated in the offer letter, it's a pretty strict rule, right? So again, you signed on this. You knew you were attending the Toronto campus. As difficult as it may be to take the bus and come to college, it is temporary, right? So unfortunately, if you've applied to come to this campus and you're in a certain program in this campus, there are no changes allowed, whether campus or program change. So program progression checklist, it basically means, what do I need to do to graduate? What is my term, every term gonna look like, right? What do I do if I fail a course? It is very important that everyone log on to their SESTR database and download what's called a program map. This is available in a PDF format. You're also going to see this. You might have already seen this on My Lambton. I prefer the SESTR database because it's a downloadable PDF format, so you can always keep it on your computer to kind of refer back to if you need to. But it communicates some very important information, like prerequisites, right? If you don't know what a prerequisite is, that's totally fine. I get asked this question a lot. What's a prerequisite? Prerequisite is a course that you have to pass in order to take the course in the next semester. So for this student's program map in term 3, you will notice a little small square on top of the big square. And for this student, in the small square, you'll see a P, and then you'll see the actual course underneath it. So you have to pass the course that has a P in front of it in a semester prior in order to be able to take that course in term 3. Now, what happens when you fail? Well, you have to take that prerequisite course in whatever semester you're going into before you can take the course after that. Academic breaks, it's interesting how many students don't even know that they have 4 months off. That's your break, right? When is this break? So it's kind of blurry. I don't know if you guys can see, but we have first term offered in fall of 2023. We have second term, it's on the far right. It says fall of 2022. And then we have term 2, W23. And of course, the student will then go on break. It says academic break S 2023. So this student will be taking 4 months off during their summer spring term. So that's also where you find out when your break is. And co-op and will, of course, not every program offers this, but if you like to know if your program is mandatory in terms of co-op, or if you have an optional co-op for your program, this is where you go to your your program map. It also states what the requirements are for co-op, right? So it'll state the GPA that you need to achieve, whether you have to pass all the courses, all the requirements will be stated there. The same as will project. If co-op is mandatory for your program and you don't meet the eligibility requirements and now you have to go to work integrated learning for your 4th semester, well, what are the requirements for that, right? Refer back to your program map. Number of credits. So you want to know how many hours you're going to be in classroom per week, right? And that also helps you to know what the weight of a certain course is, right? So if you look at term 1, my eyes are not so great. This student has 19 hours of class for term 1, and then you can see every course has a digit at the end. The number of that digit tells you how many hours you're going to be spending for that specific class, right? So if it's a 3, then it's a 3 credit course. So when we say credit, we don't necessarily mean number of courses, we mean number of hours for that course. And the higher the number of credits for a course, the more of an effect it has in your GPA. Because again, it's more a complex course, that's why you're spending 3 hours attending class for the specific course. Off-program map, what is meant by that? A lot of times if you fail a course, and especially if it's a course that's a prerequisite to a course in the future semester, this is going to change how you naturally progress through your map, right? So most likely you have to come see us at Student Services, and we will consult with the registration team to put together a study plan for you to graduate, right? Now, it may be that you'll be graduating with everybody else, it's just that your schedule will look different, or maybe you'll be graduating a semester later. Regardless of when, we'll need to put together a map for you that looks different from how it is for the rest of your classmates, okay? And again, it's not a big deal. People do fail a course or 2 here and there. I think as long as you're proactive and you come to see us about it, it usually will be resolved and you'll know how to complete your courses on time. So this is where we go into fail courses. So what happens if you failed a course or if you have a low GPA? So passing grade in the college is a D. So if you have a percentage 50 or above, then you've passed the course. If you see an F or percentage below 50, then you have failed the course. You also need a GPA of 2.0 in order to be able to graduate by the end of your 4th semester. So if you have failed the course or if your GPA is below 2.0, that's when you need to take what's called makeup courses, right? So when do you take a makeup course? Let's say you failed something in term 1, term 2. Okay, when do I take this? There's not a straight answer to this. It will differ for everyone. Ideally, we recommend if you failed something in term 1 and term 2, you take those courses or course during your academic break. Because you have 4 months off, you can still work, you can study part-time during your academic break, and make up for that course, right? However, it's not feasible for everyone. Sometimes you don't have the funds to pay for it, or you just want to work because that's the time that you can work full time, you're going to make money, and it's just not an option for you. That's okay. You don't have to take it during your break. However, keep that in mind that it might affect the courses in term 3. So look at your program map, right? Look at the prerequisites, if there are any prerequisites for the course that you failed, just to kind of get an idea of whether you should take this in academic break or whether you don't necessarily, you can afford to not take this during your break. Again, if you decide not to take it in your break, you can also take it in term 3. So that's an option, right? The only time it may be a problem is, you look at your timetable for term 3 and you have a lot of courses. Now you're adding one more course to that, right? Courses get complex as you navigate through the semester. Now you're adding more on your plate, right? So again, it's an option to take a makeup course during term 3, but if that course you failed is a prerequisite, then everything is going to get pushed back, right? And also, again, you'll be adding more coursework to your schedule. And then if you do decide to take it in term 3 and you have a prerequisite and you pass that prerequisite, now the actual course, you have to take it later, right? What this means is probably you might graduate a semester later than everyone else. Again, not a big deal. Often you extend your study permit, you stay for an extra semester. We have a lot of students who do that, especially in term 1 when things are a little stressful. You might struggle in a course. And that's okay. So just want you to know that there are options. Taking it in the academic break is great. Taking it term 3 is also an option. Come see us. We'll look at your specific circumstances, what you can afford to do, what you can't, and we'll come up with a plan for you. But it's very important as soon as you fail the course to come see us at Student Services. When do I register? I've decided I'm going to take a makeup course for my break. Okay, how do I go about doing that? There is a post on Moodle towards the end of every semester where it will specify the dates that you can go on Sestar database and you can request and pay for the makeup course. If you want to take the courses outside of those deadlines, it is not possible. So keep an eye out on Moodle homepage regarding the dates and deadlines for makeup course requests. Again, if you missed those announcements, come see us in Student Services. We'll share the details of how to go about it, how much the payment is going to be, where to click, how to request a specific calendar for that course. So, of course, all of that can be discussed. And again, where do you register for makeup course? If during those deadlines you go on Sestar database, there's an option in the top menu that says makeup course. Click, fill it out, submit, very easy. Student account updates. So very important that address and phone numbers get updated on 2 platforms, MyLambton and Sestar database. May not seem like a big deal, especially when you're sometimes in transition, you haven't maybe finalized where you're going to stay, but the minute that you do, or if you have finalized right now, if you know where you're staying, the address, to update that information. A lot of times students don't, and they'll just leave it and they'll get forgotten. And now you've graduated, we don't know where to send the hard copy of your graduation documents. So we send it to your old address, you don't live there anymore. If you have an address from back home, we don't even send it, we keep it at college. So it's very important to have the address updated on both platforms, as well as the phone number. Phone number is important because, emergencies happen. If we need to contact you, something's happened to you, we need to get an update, we have no way of knowing, where you are. So very important to do that. I know it gets forgotten, but it's good to keep in mind. Student Council. Student Council is a wonderful opportunity if you're the type that likes to plan events, get involved in the event kind of decision-making and planning aspect of college activities. It is a wonderful group of students that will do that for our college. They're representatives of various programs in the college. It's almost like the meeting of great minds. You get together with like-minded people that are passionate about the same event planning aspects as you, and you get to plan events for the college. This could be fun events for specific holidays, or it could be, you know, networking opportunities, workshops. So it's a great way to get involved in the college. If you are interested, if you have a GPA 2.8 or above at the end of your 2 terms here, you can apply, sorry, end of 1. Yeah, no. So the way it works is the applications are due yearly, so they will be due sometime in January. So if you, again, have that GPA from the 2 terms prior, you can apply all of the information regarding application and who to contact. All the interview details will be communicated in a post on Moodle. So keep an eye on that in December of next year if your intake is interested in applying for these positions, right? One thing I do want to mention, and it's a big commitment, so it means, you know, we will have meetings, we'll have events that you have to participate in. So if you decide to join and then you kind of just come whenever you feel like it, or you're not consistently attending, then it will be something like where you will be asked to leave the council. But again, it's a wonderful opportunity to network, to exercise event planning skills, and also to gain a lot of recognition and awards from the college. So if you're interested, apply student council at sestercollege.com next December. Housing tips and support. So we do have an email address that you guys can get in touch with if you need housing tips. Again, you can come to student services. We do have access to some of this information, but maybe not all. So highly recommend emailing housing@sestercollege.com if you need any assistance in that regards. I would also highly suggest adding us on social media. The reason is you're already there, right? You're just scrolling. You get to find things out completely by accident. So it's always a good idea if you're not exactly perhaps on top of information from Moodle or from talking to advisors. This is just a great way of staying on top as well. We have a WhatsApp group that you can add us on, and you basically get to chat with student ambassadors and other classmates and give your feedback. Okay, so some fun stuff, right? We need good food. And we're gonna play a video for you, and it is a TikTok video made by our social media team, and it's some of our students recommending some food options that we have at the campus.
Need a snack? Our students got your back. Here are some of the snacks you must try. Samosas from the canteen at Lambton.
Mother paneer rice. Samosa chaat. Bread omelette.
Ice cream and cookie from Bagman Shop. Bubble tea and veggie sandwich from the Bagman Shop.
Each try chicken bacon and wrap from the team hotel. Oreo shake.
Ice cat from James.
French vanilla.
Hash brown.
Crispy chicken.
Oh yes, it's also my favorite.
Yeah.
What's your must try?
So I'm going to break it down for you. The first place is the canteen. So this is located in the 265 building, which is the building over. The canteen is offering mostly South Asian, Indian food. If you want to try almost something that's homemade, whether you know it's food from your back home, or like me, you just want to try a different cultural cuisine, I would highly recommend going to the canteen. It's again in the 265 building. You go to the 2nd floor. It's almost like a roundabout. You just keep walking, you'll come across a counter. You'll know that that's the canteen. It's a very popular place, delicious food. Tim Hortons, of course, the ever popular Tim Hortons. We do have one for our college. It's located, again, in the 265 building on the 1st floor. It is closed this week, so if you guys happen to be in that building, you probably will not, you know, be able to go, but as soon as the semester starts, it'll be open. Again, amazing coffee, pastries, lunch, dinner, you name it, they have it. The third option is the Bang Bang Shop. So the Bang Bang Shop is located in this building on this floor, and it's almost the best way I can describe it as a gift shop that also you can put in food orders. So it's not an immediate thing. You'll have to put in an order and maybe in an hour or two go to pick it up. So it does require a little planning in advance, but it's delicious, almost Asian street food is the best way I can describe it. So those are food options at the college. Mental health, we do of course have a session on this, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but what I did want to tell you guys in this session is that it is very important to the college. We value this because as international students and just as human beings going through life, stress and anxiety do get to us often, and we're told, just snap out of it. If you just wait, it'll go away. Like, stop being weak. Everyone else is dealing with it. Why can't you? I'm here to tell you that's not the case here. It is of utmost importance that you tend to your mental health. And if you feel that anxiety and depression is getting to you, as in it's starting to affect your daily activities, your academics, you being social, in any way, if you feel it is too much, or even before it gets to that point, come talk to us about it, right? So we do have a wellness counselor. Her name is Janice, and her office is located right beside the reception desk. Just like I was talking to you before about there being a queue that you can sign up to see a student service advisor, there's also one for mental health and wellness. So they're open, I believe, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. as well, Monday through to Friday. You sign up, you talk to Janice. She's lovely, very warm, and just will give you some good coping mechanisms. I myself have gotten mental health tips from Janice that's helped me immensely just to deal with daily stress. Again, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not a taboo topic in the college. It's almost in the forefront of everyone's mind here. Mental health is so important. Just like when you get sick, you need to go see a doctor. You can't just wish it away. Same with mental health. You need to take care of it. Otherwise, it's going to start affecting your academics. And you pay so much money to be here, right? So the last thing you want is that stress taking away from your experience here. So what do we offer in terms of mental health? So mental health concerns, of course, having to deal with depression, anxiety, feelings of loneliness, stress. So any of those topics, harassment and bullying. You might come across a situation like this in a classroom with a group of students or a specific student. Of course, that needs to be addressed, and you come see us as student services, you file a complaint, but what happens when that gets resolved and you still feel like you have some trauma from that, right? It could affect you. You don't know, it could emotionally take a toll on you. This is why, when you talk to us about a harassment and bullying situation, again, it's up to you, but we're going to recommend that you go see Janice about it just to make sure you're able to emotionally deal with this. We also offer community services and resources. This could be related to mental health. It could be related to more the type of community you live in or your cultural group. So if you prefer to be involved with an organization outside of the campus or with a mental health specialist outside of the campus that specializes in your area, for example, if you prefer like a more of a female-oriented organization or more of a South Asian mental health organization, we do have an extensive database of this. So depending on your preference, you can either go see Janice or you can come see us at Student Services. We'll put you in touch with the organization that you want. We also offer, on top of wellness counseling, we offer wellness events. So these events take place bi-weekly on campus. It's just a good group of students that get together and talk about mental health. So we usually have a certain topic that we'll introduce for that week, and we'll talk about it for about an hour. The hour following that discussion is a group activity that usually has to do with meditation and mindfulness. So we've done some fun activities, painting, aromatherapy, journaling. So if you feel this is something that speaks to you, you can watch out for an announcement for any upcoming wellness events on the Moodle homepage. So another resource that we have in terms of mental health are our mental health certified college faculty members. And the reason I talk about this is, of course, we already have a counselor, but you may already have a relationship with a college faculty here, right? So all of these members on our team are mental health certified. So they have the experience and the education to help with these issues. If you already have a relationship with these college faculty members, you can reach out to them also about your mental health. So we have on this list, for example, Peter and Brian, who are our co-op advisors. So if you already know Peter and Brian because you get co-op help from them, well, guess what? If you're experiencing mental health issues, of course you can talk to them about it, right? Chances are they'll be able to offer you sound advice. We have Prince, who is with our tutoring center, right? So if you already know Prince and you feel more comfortable talking to Prince, of course, he can help you in this area as well. And yeah, that's all I have for you guys today. Sorry, I know it's a lot. I'm sorry if it was a little bit boring, but please let me know if you have any questions. It's okay if you guys can process it or can come up with questions. You're more than welcome to come see us this week, next week at Student Services. We can go into detail about anything you want. This week it's a little bit hectic because of course I'll be presenting, so I may not always be available, but the times that I'm not presenting, I'll be in the Student Services office, and you're more than welcome to sign up on the queue and have a chat. But any questions right now, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here and listening. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. So we're just going to take 5 minutes, okay? You guys can hang tight here, or you can just quickly go to the washroom or anywhere else you need to go, make a quick phone call. We're going to start our Kahoot. I know you guys been waiting all day for this. This is a chance to win prizes and whatnot. So we'll put up all the QR codes for that, and then just take 5 minutes, and then we'll start, okay? And we're almost done for the day. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So for those of you who are here in person in the atrium, we'll be drawing the raffle soon. So if you haven't, please scan the QR code here. And then right after we draw the raffle, we'll be playing Kahoot. If you've never played Kahoot, all you need is your phone. So it's very simple, just like multiple choice questions. You log in with a QR code on your phone, and you have a chance to win a prize. So make sure you enter the raffle and also enter and play Kahoot. So we'll be starting that in just a few minutes. Hello, for those of you coming down the stairs and coming out of the Will Room, we're going to be drawing the raffle in just a few moments, and we'll also be playing Kahoot, so make sure you find a spot somewhere on the stairs or find a seat up somewhere in the atrium. We'll be playing some games and for a chance to win a prize soon, so just bear with us. I'll give you one more minute. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our raffle draw. So if you already scanned the QR code, you're already in the raffle. I have everyone's name right here on my phone. So I will randomly pick a number between 2 and 287. Let me, 2 and 287. And you are all assigned a number. So let's see who we got here. 156. Let me see. 156. Keisha Aryal? Keisha Aryal? Maybe she left? No? Okay. We'll draw again. Oh. No, some of them haven't? Oh. It was? Oh. Sorry about that. Was up all day. But this one? Oh, the Kahoot. Well, we'll have the Kahoot up in a second. Yeah, we're going to do the Kahoot in just a second. Yep. But I will just redraw the raffle. 185. We have Anmal Preet Kaur. Anmal Preet Kaur. Is Anmal Preet Kaur here? Okay, so I'm just going to keep going down the list. 186, Jay Chadubai Patel. Is he present? No. Okay. Next on my list, Harmanjeet Singh. Oh. No, that's not you. Okay. I thought I had a winner. False alarm. Okay. Yes, that was the first name I called. All right, yeah, congratulations. Here you are. So we're just going to get a picture real quick, and then we'll get started with the Kahoot. So those of you who are still here, we'll get started with the Kahoot. Oh, you want me to go? Okay, congratulations. All right, so here is the QR code for the Kahoot. So I'll give you all a few minutes to scan this, and probably more like just 1 minute. But all you need is your phone. You scan the QR code. You can also go to kahoot.it and log in with the game pin. It's very simple. If you've never played Kahoot, it's just multiple choice questions on your phone. So you'll see the question up here, and you answer the question on your phone. We have prizes for the top 3 finishers. So if you are on the podium, please do not exit the window on your phone. I need you to prove that you were one of the top 3 placers. We have prizes for first, second, and third. Okay, when my watch turns to 3:55, I will start. Is anyone still joining? Yes, no? I see a few people raising their phones. Okay. All right, we can get started. So once again, if you are a top 3 finisher, make sure you keep the window on your phone open so you can prove that you got first, second, or third. And these are general CESTAR questions, things that you may have learned today. So let's get started here. First question, which of the following is a Lambton College in Toronto initiative for students? Choose all that apply. Multiple correct answers here. I'll move the flag a little bit. There we go. Everything except free iPhones. We do not give out free iPhones at Lambton, but everything else here is a student initiative. So let's see who's on our leaderboard here. Sarala in first, Kristen in second by 1 point, and Maria Gutierrez. I hope I'm saying that right. Next question. Question 2. When contacting the college by email, I should always include my. What do you always include on when you're sending an email to college faculty or staff? Name, student number, and program. Yes, most of you got that one right. We do not need any of this other information. Don't include your passport or anything like that. So let's see the leaderboard. Ooh, Kirsten in second, Kirsten in first, Maria in second, and Sarala still fighting in third. Next question. How many emails should you send to different departments and faculty members? So when you're sending an email to student services or IT, how many emails? As many as it takes? Just one per department or faculty member. You don't want to be bombarding people with emails. Next, Kirsten still in first, Maria in second, Sarala in third. No change in the leaderboard. Next question, how long should you wait for a response to your email? Up to 5 business days. After 5 business days, then you might have grounds to follow up, but wait those 5 days. Sometimes people can be very busy. Sometimes ticketing systems get backed up. Next question, or next leaderboard, Maria in first, Holmes in second, and Wendy in third. A little change in the leaderboard. Next question. Oh, so just a little thing about the ticketing system. Just keep in mind you can only have 3 active tickets. So if you email IT, student services, and another department all at the same time, those are your 3 tickets. You cannot open any other tickets. Let's say student services, IT, and immigration, right? So make sure that you're not sending millions of emails to all of these departments. You only have 3 active tickets at a time. How much do on-campus tutoring center services cost? Absolutely nothing. It's free. So the tutoring center, if you go straight up these stairs, it's to your right. You can go to the tutoring center if you're struggling with something in your course or if you need help writing an essay. Let's see the leaderboard. No change. Maria still in first, Holmes in second, Wendy in third. Next question. Student work is reported for academic dishonesty if, choose all that apply. If you went to Mark's academic integrity session, you should probably get this one correct. All of these situations would be reported for academic dishonesty. So if you don't want to see my colleague Mark, do not do any of these things. Maria in first, Kirsten in second, and Holmes in third. Next question. If you want to use ChatGPT or other AI for your assignments, you need to Ask your instructor for permission. Very good. Most of you got that one right. So ask your instructor before using AI. Different instructors have different policies in different departments. So just always check when in doubt. Maria still in first, Holmes in second, and Kirsten in third. By the way, if you are a student volunteer, you cannot win a prize. Only the new Term 1 students can win a prize. The next question, if you have questions regarding immigration, whom should you contact? The college's licensed immigration advisor, so you may have also met Zoe today, our licensed immigration advisor. So she is the one to contact if you have any immigration questions. And Maria still in first, Kirsten in second, Prajwal coming up in third. So like we said, you can contact Zoe. Her email is immigration@cestarcollege.com. Any questions regarding immigration, you can contact her. Next question. If you experience mental health issues, culture shock, or sexual violence, which college supports can you turn to? All of the above. All of these are supports that you can turn to in the event that you are in some sort of a mental health crisis. Maria still in first, Akib in second, and Kirsten in third. Next question. Oh, and we are here to help, so we have resources that promote health and wellness, assist in your mental health concerns, assure that you're never alone, and we try to always promote a health and safe relationships for all our students. So next question. What sorts of things can you get at Tim Hortons? You've probably seen Tim Hortons all over the place up here. And you can get any of these things at Tim Hortons, and we have a Tim Hortons on campus, and I believe that's the next slide. I'll explain where that is in a moment. Maria is still in first, Pranyash in second, Akib on a hot streak of 10 in third. Next question, where on campus is Tim Hortons? We have a Tim Hortons on campus. It will open next week when the term starts. The first floor of Building A, so little campus geography. This is Building B. Building B. Building A is the tall, glass-looking building. So on the first floor of the tall building, Building A, you will find Tim Hortons. And little change in the leaderboard. Maria still in first, Pranyash in second, and Deep, I'll just say Deep. Deep in third. Next question. So like I said, Tim Hortons is on 265 Yorkland Boulevard, the first floor, open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And other places to snack, there's also snacks in the canteen, the second floor of Building A, and the gift shop right around the corner where you got snacks today. So next question, getting close to the end. What is the minimum GPA you need to be eligible for co-op? Very important question. I hope everyone gets it right. Almost everyone got it right. 2.8. In order to be eligible for co-op in your last term, you need a 2.8 GPA at least. So Maria dropping down. Pranyash in first, Deep in second, RC in third. So where can you find material for your courses as well as important information on college policies and services? You would have learned this in the Canadian culture session. Moodle, the learning management system, Moodle. Make sure you're always checking Moodle for information on your courses. So before we end, make sure you follow us on Instagram at Lambton College in Toronto if you haven't already. You might even see a picture of yourself. We've been taking pictures today. And thank you for participating. Let's see the winners. So remember, if you won, keep it on your phone. We need you to prove that you won. So in third place, we have RC. In second place, Deep. And in first place, Prinyash. So, Prinyash, Deep, and RC, please come forward and accept your prize. And make sure that you have the window still open. Oh, okay, great. Awesome, congratulations. Yep. Let me see. Second place, congratulations. First place? Awesome. Congratulations. We're gonna get pictures. So just stand under your name over here. Yep. All right, let's hear it for our winners. Okay, so the final event for today are the program information sessions and some of the co-op sessions for the programs that already met their coordinator. So in room 126, SCMT, you will meet your co-op advisor. So 126 is right over here. 127, also this way, you will meet your co-op advisor, DOCT. 127. AIMT, you will meet your co-op advisor in room 128, also this direction. OHST, you will meet your program coordinator, Sandeep, in room 130. Upstairs, PMLT, you will meet your program coordinator at room 225. So it's right up here, upstairs. If you're already in the back, you can go up the stairs as well. And AHCT, you will meet your program coordinator in room 223. That is right up here, up the stairs as well. Thank you all for playing, and I hope to see you guys around campus.